who A and B is.
Yeah, yeah. I keep record of it manually.
So McWade does get another over. He's looked the more likely of any of the bowlers used by Zimbabwe, the three that they have used, to pick up a wicket.
Give you the scoreboard as well.
So Nick Hooper, one shy of getting to double figures. Phil Warren has been more productive. He's on 22. McWade in his fourth over. Excellent analysis. 0 for 8. Could have had one. Lovely again. That's nicely worked. Just opens the face of the bat, and they'll think to, yeah, it's going to be tight. Oh, good running. Very good running by Nick Hooper and Phil Warren. I just like how Nick Warren, just so compact, came forward, bat and pad close together, and then he could just afford to open the face of the willow, guide it towards the third man. Again, he goes straight back into his areas, Rory McWade. He's been very good for Zimbabwe this morning. You look at the greatest score, 42 without the loss of a wicket. McWade is bowling his fourth over, so the majority of the runs, the other 32, has come from the other end. Just shows that White and LaRue struggled compared to what McWade has done. He's summed up the conditions, summed up the pitch, knows where to bowl. One ball shy of completing his fourth over, 42 without the loss of a wicket. Spirit of Cricket Masters off to a very healthy start. Slightly full and will beat the fielder, but there's it's a half stop, so the cover fielder can just run around and tidy up. End of another good over from McWade that cost only 3. It's 43 without the loss of a wicket. Zimbabwe asked to bowl first in this encounter. So what lessons has LaRue learned from these first 6 deliveries? Can he put it back for Zimbabwe? Just try and build up a bit of pressure. At the moment, runs just coming too easily for the Spirit team. That's good from LaRue. Can he just a couple of centimeters? Can he pull it more towards the right? That's too short. And again, that little tap shot. It's not a full-blooded cut shot. It's more a dab into vacant real estate. That's what they're trying to do. You play through that ball, and it will beat the fielder. That's good. That's very good from Andre LaRue. That's where you want to be. So that's 3 dots. Again, tight lines from Andre LaRue. He's going to get the appreciation from his teammates and his captain. Now they're bowling to a plan that they're executing well. I'm on the fence as to why there's a square leg fielder on the boundary. Andre LaRue hasn't dropped short onto the leg stump. He's done more that. He's dropped short outside off stump and given width, and that's been the easy scoring area for the Spirit Masters team. But I don't quite buy the square leg on the boundary. If there's a plan to drop short, I think the fielder is too far out to take a catch. I don't, with all due respect to the Masters team, I think that'll be some hit to get to the fence in the air. Oh, it's a beauty. That is an absolute jaffa from Andre LaRue. He can stand with these hands on his knees because that beat the batter all ends up. For a moment there, he thought that he had Phil Warren. Would have been a big fish, but very good, tidy comeback from Andre Leroux. 1 run off it, 44 without the loss of a wicket. So I would still be curious to find out from the think tank and the leadership team within the Zimbabwe team as to why there's a square leg on the boundary. Leroux has offered nothing short, and if he does offer something short, then that's just a bad delivery. So if you're protecting the bad delivery, surely you can't set the field for that. Rather bring up a player saving one or into an extra catching position with the ball still fairly fresh. McWade runs away for his 5th over. Oh, it's another good one. So Leroux dished up a beauty to end his 2nd over. Now McWade straight onto the money again. We can measure these little pockets of 5 over spells. At 5 overs, Spirit of Cricket Masters had 30. Zimbabwe have been better in the next 5 over spell. That one is knocked out towards the fielder who's in front of point. Beautiful fielding. One bounce into the keeper who didn't have to move. It's a much better period. That's really helped on by McWade. I mean, you just look at his analysis and you can appreciate the point I'm making. He's just been so tight. Difficult to score of. Straight to the fielder who hits the stumps on the bounce. But the key there was for Phil Warren to run as he hit the ball. He was off. And the fact that there was no doubt made sure that he got towards the other end. Scoring shot away from the 50 mark for Spirit of Cricket Masters. Hooper 14, Warren 23. Well, it's action replay from Rory McWade asking the batters if you want to do something, if you're anticipating a boundary option, you've got to do something different. Got to maybe advance, take a couple of steps down the track and chance your arm, or wait for something that's slightly short. Hasn't come from McWade. That one is tapped onto the onside where mid-wicket will field, and it is Andre Leroux. Andre Leroux in picture on the left. You just feel that something's going to give, and it's not needed. Spirit of Cricket Masters have done exactly what they would have set out. No wickets down. Oh, that's another beaut. Stay slightly low. McWade has had a couple of hands on head moments, but Zimbabwe still looking for that first breakthrough. The score has moved on to 46 without the loss of a wicket. Warren on 23. Hooper is on 14. So I talk about the 5 over session. So the first 5 overs, Spirit of Cricket Masters had 30 on the board. The next 5 brings 16. So well played by Zimbabwe. Good little passage for them, but they just haven't found reward in the wickets column. Leroux, now he needs to replicate. He's warmed up. First over, slightly expensive. It cost 8. Next one cost only 1. Can he get Zimbabwe the breakthrough they're so desperately looking for? Oh, it's a smack. It's a slash outside off stump. And that's the pressure that Zimbabwe has built up over the last 13 deliveries. 1 run off the Leroux second over, 2 runs off the McWade over. And Warren, with a shot in anger, feels that there might be a bit of a squeeze coming from Zimbabwe. He wants to break the shackles. And that's the one area that Zimbabwe has allowed Spirit of Cricket Masters to get multiple singles. Still 3 fielders allowed outside the inner circle. Mid-off is back. Square is covered off on the boundary, on the offside and the leg side. And then Leroux produces another moment of magic.
They must change the red to white during the day. It'll be brighter to see. Nighttime you can have it on red. It's not a problem. It's only because of the bonfire cliff. The only other place you
A tap shot is the go-to shot. Spirit of Cricket Masters have helped themselves to many with exactly that outcome. This one was straight to the fielder though. Warren 24, Hooper 14. Straight beauty from LaRue, and well played as well by Hooper. Appreciates the good delivery. Shows the full maker's name of his bat to bowler LaRue. Okay, now there's a change. White is asked to come into the inner circle. So he's vacated his long off position. He's coming to a short or into a mid off position. Ball was there to be driven and gets one. Credit to Zimbabwe and LaRue. He's definitely found his lines now. 11 gone, 48 without the loss of a wicket. LaRue has completed 3 overs. McWade walks to the top of his mark, so he'll get another one. Each bowler allowed 9. It's 45 overs per side, so 9 times 5 is 45. Of course, you allowed more bowlers. You don't have to use 5, but if you do use the 5 and they bowl out their full quota, it will be 9 times 5. McWade has just been superb. Really excellent. That's 2 full. Can't prevent the one. It's a throw and the cover field. Tidy up work is to be done by LaRue, who's just completed his over. You might still be thinking about what he's doing and how he's going about things, and suddenly there was a wild throw at the stumps and he had to make up some ground towards his left. He did a great job. Threw his body forward, stopped the additional runs, because if that beat him, that could have been an additional 4. Now that's too much on the legs. Helped along, should be an easy 2. Powerful arm from the boundary, but 50 up then for the Spirit of Cricket Masters. That comes in the 12th over. Now drops it shorter. And Warren just falls back in his execution. Because there's no timing, the ball just goes hard into the surface and with no speed, can't beat the inner circle. That's an edge! It's an edge! It scored. We heard it from here. That's a definite edge. And finally, one has to say, well deserved, Rory McWade. He has removed Phil Warren for 26. It was a big chunk of that willow straight into the keeper's gloves. And one has to say, just reward for a man that's looked the most threatening in the Zimbabwe attack. Phil Warren will be disgusted with himself because it's been a good scoring area for him. It was certainly there to play the cut shot, but it does cost him his wicket. Sometimes your strength can also become a weakness, but he'll walk back and think, oh, I've probably left a couple of runs out there. Phil Warren's time at the crease is ended by Rory McWade. And Matt Jones, who is the man with the gloves on. He'll get an appreciation from the dugout, but I'm sure he'll feel that he's gifted Zimbabwe the breakthrough that they were so desperately looking for. In walks Andrew Koepelai. He has to negotiate the first or 2 deliveries to see out over number 12. Credit to skipper of Zimbabwe for keeping Rory McWade on. Might have thought that he could bring McWade back later in the piece, but he appreciates that McWade is in a good spell, and he certainly deserved that wicket for Zimbabwe. Regulation catch behind the stumps, but just asked those sort of questions throughout his spell, Rory McWade, and finally got some reward. That's full and too full, and that's some way to get off the mark. Oh boy, that's a beauty. Andrew Quilpele says, thank you very much. You offered me the full one, and he has a full go at it all along the carpet. But it is an eventful and productive over for Zimbabwe. Yes, they still conceded 7, but the breakthrough came and McWade responsible for it. 12 overs gone, 55 for 1. Zimbabwe has pulled this back very nicely. After 5 overs, Spirit of Cricket Masters at 30. They were going at 6 to the over. Now it's changed somewhat. The complexity has changed with good disciplined bowling from McWade and LaRue, supporting each other very nicely. .25 has come from the next 7 with a wicket as well. LaRue will keep knocking away outside off stump. And that must be the area where Zimbabwe's bowlers go. Still something on off, and the pitch is keeping slightly low. That's good. That nice movement still towards the right hand of keeper. Still operating with a slip behind the stumps, Zimbabwe. And what they wouldn't give to get a Nick Hooper. That's too full. They can definitely convert this into a 2. Good running by specifically Hooper. Ran that first one very hard and then allowed himself the opportunity to turn and at least make a decision, which was one that we were going to continue to run. It's another 2. It's been one of the trademarks for Hooper is that lean back onto the back foot and then knock the ball into the offside gap. When the length is there, that is his preferred shot. This one is straighter. Oh, that was close. Would that have been, if that hit, well, Zimbabwe's reaction says that a direct hit would have been gone. Captain Lindsay looks at the square leg umpire and says, if you had to make a decision, what was that going to be? That was very close. Kolpalai was, well, he had to get those legs going. It's been a good long week of cricket. And the muscles might still be stiff. Everything that's stiff is going to be loosened up now. Oh, he drives off the back foot. Weight was transferred onto the back foot. LaRue could have so easily had an edge there. Kwepele still thinking about the fact that he had to dive full length to make his ground. He's probably going to say to his partner, listen, Oops, we 55 plus. It's not the 21 age category. Just be mindful of that. I think Nick Hooper will appreciate that and says, sorry, mate. Might have sold you down the river there. .58 for 1. Another good tidy over from LaRue. That run rate has been pulled back very nicely. One stage going at 6s to the over. Now it's down to 4.5. All thanks to this little partnership in the bowling department between LaRue and McWade. There's edge found, and I've spoken about Hooper's favorite area when he identifies that he rocks back and then he dabs onto the offside. They do get two, but another little mini battle won by McWade. Could have so easily carried to the slip. Jimmy White can probably afford to take a step up. As I say that, he takes his conventional position. It's a lovely shot, but well fielded. Definitely prevents one. Could have even been two. No real speed on that shot. But 21 next to Nick Hooper's name. Kwelpelai is on 4. Spirit of Cricket Masters will say, okay, well, McWade is coming towards the end of an excellent spell. Still has a couple of overs to go. So maybe the think tank will be, let's see out the threat that he poses. If there's a scoring opportunity, take that, of course. But let's not lose another wicket. As I say that, it's that same shot. Weight onto the back foot. And then tries to work it onto the offside through the inner circle. Definitely favoured area for Hooper. That's good by McWade. Brings to a close over number 14. Only 2 off it. $60 for 1. Hooper 21. Kwelpelai on 4. How good has McWade been? Let's just also give full credit to what he has done out there. 1 for 22. Seven overs, 1 for 22. So LaRue starts his 5th over. Oh. Oh, there's chances coming. There is chances coming for Zimbabwe. That's 2 full. So this over will conclude the first power play period, which, just for our viewers who's new to this format, or the over 55 international format that they're using, overs 1 to 15 is the first power play. 3 players allowed outside the inner circle. Then we will also have a drinks break every 15 overs. And then your second power play will be overs 16 to 30. The field restrictions will relax by 1 extra fielder given to the side with the ball in hand. So they can have 4 out. That is full driven but can't beat the inner circle. And then your final power play period, it's 3 periods of 15. So 31 to 45, you can have 5 fielders out. It'll be interesting to see. Zimbabwe have built up such a good period of pressure. Do they take that additional fielder? Do they throw someone out of the inner circle? I would not do it, because I think you've just done so well to bring yourself back into the contest. Let them make the play, the batting team, Spirit of Cricket Masters, and then you can always react. But for now, if you have bowlers doing what LaRue and McWade are doing, it's just so difficult to score off. Another tidy over that only brings 1. And that'll be the drinks break. So just to recap, Spirit of Cricket Masters won the toss at Greenpoint Cricket Club. They decided to bat first. They were off to a good start, 30 after 5, 46 after 10, without the loss of a wicket. The first wicket fell, or the only wicket to fall came in the 12th over, and this next 5 over period brought 15. So it's been excellent by Zimbabwe, pulling themselves back into the contest. Good little periods now. re-strategizing in both units. Spirit of Cricket Masters, they do have the 61 on the board, and they will want to communicate and see how they can be more productive in the run scoring department. Hooper is 21, Kwepelai as 5, 61 for 1. Drinks at Greenpoint Cricket Club will be back when they are on the field again.
Innings, someone. I saw a cat. So wow, 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 wow.
South Africa, and we are broadcasting from Greenpoint Cricket Club. The first drinks break is something of the past, and we have Spirit of Cricket Masters against Zimbabwe. 45 overs per side. Earlier start, you won't see this on your screen, but on my right there's a lot of athletes completing their triathlon. We are located directly next to DHL Rugby Stadium. Stormers in action at 2 o'clock in the United Rugby Championship against Dragons. Big rugby theme in South Africa this weekend. Good win for the Bulls, win for the Lions, win for the Sharks. So the Stormers looking to make it a clean sweep in rugby terms. But our focus is on our cricket, our over 55 international cricket tournament. Oh, it's just dropped short. Half chance again offered. Kwepalai will get away with it. He'll get a single. So there has been a change of bowling at the top. Excellent start by McWade. But he has been replaced by Kenyan Zeal. I'm sure the discussion would have just been keep knocking away on that offside line. That's slightly full, and as I say that, it's full and tucked around the corner. Won't get to the boundary. It's long boundaries. 2 more to Hooper, who gets himself going after the drinks break. So important now for Kenyan Zeal to find these lines very quickly. McWade built up such a good period of pressure from the top end and was rewarded picking up a wicket. And re-strategizing, that would have been the key for both units. Zimbabwe would have felt very good having conceded 30 in the first 5. That's too straight. He needs to be tight on off stump. Kenyan Zeal. Field is also set up. It's a offside dominated field. I'll color it in for you and tell you where the fielders are. But 4 fielders on the offside, 1 protecting the boundary, and then a third man in the circle. A slip. That's better from Kenyan Zeal. Short mid wicket and a backward square in the inner circle. Remember, there's extra field or fielder allowed outside the inner circle. So for the second power play, which consists of over 16 to 30, you allowed 4 out. That's too short. Well, thing 2, they won't get it. Good fielding on the boundary from Zimbabwe. First over has come and gone after the drinks break. It's the first Kenyan Zeal over that cost 4. Andre Leroux will continue. Indifferent start by Leroux, conceded 8 of his first over and then pulled it back very nicely. He's bowled 5, so he's about to start his 6th over. He's gone for 15, having gone for 8 in his first over. So that again just illustrates the job that he's done for his captain and for his team and for his country. Still playing or operating with a slip. Still been a bit of movement. It's good to see this from Zimbabwe. They have that attacking mindset. They're not going to just put players back on the boundary just because they're allowed to. That's a misfield, and I mean, Hooper, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. It's a direct hit and it's out. It was a direct hit, and they were mid-wicket. They were in a bit of a conference, and that's Hooper gone. He's run out. And he's run himself out, really. It was to the fielder. There was a misfield, and that old adage of don't run on a misfield. It needed a direct hit. It was a direct hit. Kwepalai is walking back. So that the wickets hit before they crossed. That's the reason that Kwepalai is walking off. Oh, that's a disaster, especially after the drinks and interval. They would have said that they want to renegotiate. And it's straight to the fielder, misfield, turned around, shy at the stumps, direct hit, and they hadn't crossed. So that was the reason that the square leg umpire said that Nick Hooper was still protected. But Andrew Kwepalai is on his way, and he is gone for 6. What great fielding by Zimbabwe. Clinton Lasky is out in the middle with 6 on his back. Joins Nick Hooper on 24. Well, that was all sorts of problems. The communication not there for Spirit of Cricket Masters. Lasky. Throws his weight forward. Can't beat that inner circle. So I think this is good from Zimbabwe. Just that they haven't made it easy. They continue to press in the inner circle. They want to contain the singles. Don't give it away too on a platter. That's too wide and smacked away towards the backward point region, and it will challenge the fielder who will win the race. Big arm from the boundary, only 2. And that's the one area where Spirit of Cricket Masters has been, they've tapped in and they've really helped themselves. The majority of runs coming with exactly that shot. Now he goes fuller to full, no one on the leg side. Naughty from Andre Leroux, overcompensating, and that ball will continue to race towards the boundary, and it's short, but they will run for. Excellent running by Hooper and Lasky. So they do get the 4. They had to work for it. Much better over for Spirit of Cricket Masters.
0 and 71. 70. Sure. That should be correct.
71 for 2. Run rate, I have 4.2. Hooper on 30. Lasky still has to get off the mark. Lasky faces up to Zil. Nice gentle half volley to get started. Beats the man. It's at close quarters just off the square. And that's Lasky off the mark. Still no spin from Zimbabwe. Busy with over number 18. So at this stage, Hooper might be saying, okay, Zeal is bowling straight. Anything that he whips off his legs is going to be productive. There's a short mid wicket. And then there's I'm not going to call him a backward square. He's sort of in a no man's land area. Oh, that's an edge that's found, but over the top of the slip. It's been a characteristic of Nick Hooper, that lay back and work towards the offside. That one just escaping Jimmy White. Oh, that's another beauty from Kenyan Zeal. Any bowler that's used that sort of area has been rewarded, has been challenging the batter. It's been difficult, that line of uncertainty, that corridor of uncertainty. Slightly straight from Zeal, straight to mid-wicket. End of the over, 73 for 2. So Zeal's second, only costing 2. LaRue will start his 7th over. They were batting at 6 to the over after 5 overs. Spirit of Cricket Masters, after 10 overs, the run rate had fallen back to 4.6. It's now 4.1. Oh, has that been taken? Oh, what do they say? What do they say? They're coming for celebrations. Has it been taken? It has. It has been taken. And Hooper is off. He had just a quick glimpse around, and he trusted that the keeper got his glove under that ball. That was a fantastic catch. Mel Jones with a ripper. And suddenly, Spirit of Cricket Masters are 3 down. LaRue gets reward. Well, after the drinks and interval, it was 61 for 1 when we walked off for drinks. And suddenly it's 73 for 3. Big wicket of Hooper. And now, period of consolidation it's required for Cricket Masters, the Spirit of Cricket Masters. Ben Kirkham will walk out to the middle. Hooper gets some appreciation from the dugout. That was a brilliant catch. Well, he turned around, looked at the keeper, and trusted that everything was in accordance, then that the glove was under the ball. We won't have the luxury of showing you a replay of that, but that was really, really good glove work. He had to move so quickly and move down, and those are never easy to get. Out of picture, I'll I'll tell you the story. On my left, so Andre Leroux is running towards Kirkham, but on the left there's a bit of repair work being done to one of the fielders. Trousers down, bandages going around the thigh area. It's been such a great week, such a good tournament. And I hope that you've enjoyed the coverage and the storylines from the teams that's playing. Australia, South Africa. Spirit of Cricket has 2 teams, Spirit of Cricket World and Spirit of Cricket Masters. USA, Zimbabwe, Wales and Canada. And also this game being taken across Cape Town, and we'll also have a couple of fixtures there at the Drakensberg Cricket Club in Franschhoek. Rondebosch, Durbanville, Brackenfell being used, all areas in the suburbs. $73 for 3. Rebuilding phase for Lasky and Kirkham. Oh, Kirkham says there's no rebuilding here. It's dished up, it's smacked, and it will go for 4. I don't think LaRue will mind that much. He'll be happy to see that Kirkham is more than willing to take on that drive, and it was slightly aerial, just momentarily, and the reaction from Zimbabwe is to strengthen the offside field. They've taken a man from the leg side, or from the onside, Kirkham opens the face, turns his wrists, and gets another single. Kirkham 5, Lasky 1, 78 for 3. Good from Andre Leroux. So what will Zimbabwe do with Leroux? Do they bowl him through? About to finish his 7th over. Again, good areas. Another good over from Zimbabwe. An over that was eventful and brought a wicket up front. 78 for 3 it is after 19.
Yes, so Alexis, just what you go minus 78, 1 and 5. Yes. After 19. Yes. Spreading the red to one color is less cost.
Brilliant Kenyan Zeal keeper up to the stumps. John Jameson is the keeper. They have changed personnel. They said that they would do that. So John Jameson is entrusted with the gloves. He has 24 on his back. Keeping him company in that slip cordon is Jimmy White. You will see him on the right of your screen. He missed out there. That Kirkham, any contact would have been guaranteed runs. Of course, the man that's protecting one in the inner circle, which is Andre Leroux, is square. So anything fine will be a bit of a chase for Leroux. Too short, cut away will be at least one. Straight to the fielder, runs 2 steps to his left. Brings Lasky back on strike.
I started while I was sitting. Video that was.
Just look at how this run rate has fallen for Spirit of Cricket Masters. If this is a dot, it's going to drop to under 4. That's too full. It's a freebie. Doesn't get all of it, so Leroux has to run around, and he has a strong arm straight to the keeper. It is one off it, and it should be the end of the over. So the math is pretty easy to do. It's 80 for 3 after 20, going at 4 runs to the over. Spirit of Cricket Masters. I think the first question I asked about the thought process with Andre Leroux, it does look like he's going to bowl through. I won't see the point that he'll finish on 8 overs and come back for 1. So they appreciate that Leroux has done a good job for them. So bowl him through, bowl him out, and that means that there would be a change imminent in the next couple of overs. Lasky on 2, Kirkham on 6. Both still new at the crease. Good fielding by Zimbabwe in the inner ring to prevent one. For me, I have to give credit to Zimbabwe's aggressive field or mindset that they haven't relaxed their own opportunity to put fielders out of the inner circle. They allowed 4. They haven't done that. Oh, that's naughty. Shouldn't be one there. But legs are sore. Movement is slightly delayed. Rory McWade had to run in a couple of paces. It was hit straight towards him. Can't prevent the one. That's good again from Andre Leroux. He's just put it on a ticky. Here and there been slightly short, but for the majority, he's been on the money, Andre Leroux. Again, oh, that's good. That's so good from Andre Leroux. Overrate is really good as well. This match started at 9 o'clock local time in South Africa. That's over the top. Identified the length, identified the opportunity, and Kirkham goes the aerial route and gets 4. So, with that sign of aggression from Kirkham, who goes into double figures, is there a change from Zimbabwe? The answer is no, not yet. Leroux does the same thing, beats the outstretched right hand of Lindsay. It's a repeat shot. There was a half chance for Zimbabwe. Lindsay stuck out the right hand. It flew past him. 4 more. End of a very productive over for Spirit of Cricket Masters. Kirkham on to 14. Lasky has 3, 89 for 3. That over costing 9. Just for a moment, you thought that Zimbabwe had encouraged the repeat shot and pulled off the reward, but Lindsay's right hand was stuck out. Couldn't get to it. Ball raced past him like a rocket. So Kirkham showing some aggression since he's come to the crease. Zeal will continue. He's bowled 3 overs. He's also been very tidy. Partnership of 16. Wide called.
One thing I can't see there.
Now Zimbabwe, they'll be thinking, how do we keep on throwing those lines into the water to get Kirkham to be encouraged to go for something aerial? Lasky has been more in his bubble, but the aggression has been shown by Ben Kirkham. Probably sees that enough is enough. Need to get the scoring rate up. He'll chance his arm slightly when given the opportunity. That's fired down the leg side. Was there a little touch on the pants? Yes, he's the umpire, so that's why there's no wide signalled. Good keeping by John Jameson. That sits up. He was looking at a different direction. Throw does come in, but they won't challenge the run. It's a quick single taken by Clinton Lasky. So here we go. Now with Kirkham on strike, there is a change in the field. So they know that he wants he favours the offside, and he likes to go the aerial route if it's pitched up. So they've moved a player just outside the inner ring. He's literally 2 paces outside the dotted area. And that's good. I like that from Zimbabwe. Just thinking, can they say to Mr. Kirkham, right, you want to go the aerial route on the drive. Do you have enough power to beat the man that's literally stationed on the circle, on the edge of the circle, on the offside? It's pitched up there. He does think about it. Surely Kenyan Zeal will say, I'm prepared to take the gamble. I'm going to throw it out there, give him the full pitch delivery, see if he takes it on. Now they've dropped back. The mid off has gone back to long off. Long on also on the boundary. And then there's a square field on the fence, and they have a player outside the inner ring on the fine leg. I'm not going to say he's on the fence. He's halfway between the fence and the circle and then walking in. It is pitched up, driven straight to that man that's on the edge of the circle, but will be a guaranteed single. End of the Kenyan Zeal over. Games within the game. Kirkham on to 15, Laskias 4, the score 92 for 3. Surely LaRue will bowl out. So Zeal has bowled 4 of his allotted 9. LaRue about to start his 9th and final over. So we've been busy for an hour and a half. We've had 22 overs and a drinks break. So Zimbabwe keeping up with the rate very nicely in the field. Other matches around the province or around Cape Town, all starting at 10. We were forced to start at 9. There's a massive triathlon happening at the venue, not finishing at the venue, but around at the venue. As I look to my right in my commentary position, I can still see athletes running in and running towards the water station that's positioned behind the cricket club. Big rugby coming Cape Town's way this afternoon. Stormers Dragons at 2 o'clock in the Rugby United Rugby Championship. That's the rule. Well, there's nothing he could have done about that. It was dabbed into the ground, went on the drive, outside half of the bat, and Kirkham gets another 4. So he's moved quickly to 19. So massive sporting destination every weekend in Cape Town and the surrounding areas. Oh, is that an edge? He's got him! Invited the shot. There's a little high 5 or mid 5 between the two. Always played in a great sportsmanship. Kirkham came out. He offered a couple of lusty blows. Ball was there to be hit in his arc. Went for it, got the edge, and once again a very good catch behind the stumps from John Jameson. So having threatened and having gone to 19 pretty quickly, it is another wicket. LaRue in his last over gets a breakthrough, and they'll be very happy to see the back of one of the danger players in the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. And that means that Clint Hoffman, the captain of the Cricket of Masters team, will be making his way to the crease. Reward for Zimbabwe, reward for LaRue. You look at the bowling analysis and you'll say 2 for 39. Remember that he conceded 8 off his first over. Really did a job for his captain and for his team. And more importantly, 2 wickets. 2 of the 4 belongs to him. There was a run out, which is credited to the team, but not to the bowler. And McWade also just reward for an excellent spell at the top for Zimbabwe. He just conceded the four. It was off the outside half of the bat. It went to a vacant third man area. Gave him another opportunity to drive. Found the edge. And caught behind Leroux with two. Shoulders, arms, there's the captain. And that will be a bit alarming for the Zimbabwe batters. So I'll have a look at that and say, okay, Leroux, yes, he's in his last over. But just look at how that ball died towards the keeper. No real bounce. So that's something you've got to be mindful of when you're batting second. That's better carry, but still, Jameson has to drop the gloves, takes it waist height. And they'll scamper through for one, which will get Clint Hoffman off the mark. Andre Leroux, one ball shy of completing his spell. It's been excellent. Fitting way to finish straight to the fielder. Andre Leroux's bowling effort is done, and he'll definitely get some appreciation from the Zimbabwe camp. 2 for 40, his analysis. So we've passed the halfway mark of the innings at 22 and a half overs. That was the official halfway mark of the innings. 97 for 4. What will Spirit of Cricket Masters, what will they be thinking about? Where is the magic mark? What is a non-negotiable? What do they feel they have to get to be able to defend the score this afternoon?
Needs to go up. I know. Yes, I know it's not, because I'm asking.
Well, with the loss of wickets, that score that they have in mind will continue to adjust. 97 for 4. Lasky on 4, Hoffman on 1. Hoffman will face Zeal.
1 and 4.
In the meantime, there will be a bit of a thought process from Gavin Lindsay as to what he does from the Leroux end. Who's the next bowler? Do we see spin for the first time? Well, it was short, and it was so much time for Hoffman to think about what he wanted to do. If it's too short and you whip back onto or transfer your weight onto the back foot and you smash square, there's no one there. No one protecting 4. It's a little dab towards the fine leg that's in the inner circle, and then a wild throw. Luckily for Zimbabwe, they get away with that. Was Leroux probably still thinking about his good bowling spell, and then has the hand of apology up to the keeper, Jameson. Spirit of Cricket Masters went to drinks with the score 61 for 1. So 36 runs since the resumption for the loss of 3 additional wickets. So a period that certainly belonged to Zimbabwe. Again thinks about working that one towards a fine leg. Can't get bat on ball. So Zeal, can he bowl out? Can he bowl a maiden? Can he deliver a maiden at this stage of the innings? Yes. Hoffman on 1, Lasky on 4. Hoffman is still new to the crease. Oh, and he does get one. Just beats the man on the offside. That's tight on the single. End of the Zeal over. End of over number 24. 98 for 4. Spirit of Cricket Masters winning the toss earlier this morning, deciding to bat. And now our question will be answered. No more LaRue for Zimbabwe.
Want to drink it?
It looks like Nalaka Fernando will be introduced, so we will have spin. First time this morning. Comes on the 25th over.
They're bowling around or over. So it looks like over, but it's coming from that.
It'll take some time with the new bowler being introduced just to get the field set correctly. Remember, we're in the second power play, so they allowed 4 out of the inner circle. And Fernando has to abort his run-up. Mid-wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary. No one fine behind the stumps. Oh, that's a beautifully flighted delivery that turns towards Jameson's gloves on the right. Tosses it up to Clint Hoffman. He has all sorts. Half stop. Very good fielding by Zimbabwe. Can't prevent one, but that was excellent fielding. Throughout the hand, it came off the bat very quickly.
That's 99 now.
So again, length will be key for Zimbabwe. Slower through the air. That's good pace. And he'll take some time just to find out what pace is required on this pitch. Tossed up again. Lasky at this stage, still controlled, still not taking the bait. But what Fernando is trying, he wants him to drive and maybe a shot that he doesn't quite time. There's a short cover in play. In front of the batter's eyes, who did the fielding. 99 for 4, one shy of the 3-figure mark. Run rate is back to 4. Slightly short. Lasky allowed to rock back and then just good power works it straight towards long on. That's the 100 up for Spirit of Cricket Masters. Also brings to a close Nalaka Fernando's first over that cost you.
Not even a surname or anything on it. Or it's like the extra shirt.
So Zeal has bowled 5. 0 for 12. Now you can just see it was a good toss to win this for Spirit of Cricket Masters. The older ball now is keeping considerably lower than when we started. There was a bit of bounce, not alarming bounce, but there was a bit of bounce with the new ball. But now the batter has to do all the work. You have to really work to get your runs. And Zimbabwe have been alarmed to the fact that they don't want to give away free singles. Leg side boundary unprotected. No one there. Long on, no one there. Long off, no one there. There's a mid off and mid on. Third man in the circle. Fine leg in the circle. So an attacking field. That's straight to the right hand of LaRue. And with LaRue having to run a couple of paces, they do go through for one.
No, this is my column A and my column B in regards to this movement. So I'll just say A and B.
Too short, you can't bowl there. That's a freebie. There's no ways that you can protect that. Far too short by Zeal and got punished. Got the full treatment. That was a real gift to Clint Hoffman. Anything short, if you even a mistimed shot is no trouble. They won't change the field, Zimbabwe. I'll say that Zeal, you've got to be tighter on that off stump. Now he overcompensates and bowls a wide, pushes it just too far towards the right hand of Jameson, who's the keeper, who moves a couple of steps and illustrates as what happened with that delivery. It's better from Zeal. Lasky 6, Hoffman 7. What helps with those short deliveries, when you get a free scoring chance and you get the boundary, it just shifts the momentum. You might have had a bit of a rocky start to your innings, and that will just create the self-belief. And that's exactly what I've just spoken about. Even the mistimed shot is a risk-free shot. And the right shot to play, one has to say, from Hoffman, and you would have felt that he missed out there. No one protecting the boundary. Slightly expensive from Zeal in this over. Needs to bring it back for his team. That's good. That's where he's been successful. That's where he's looked the most threatening in that sort of corridor. 107 for 4, 7 off that over. That was an expensive one from Zeal in the context of his greater analysis. Hoffman is 8, Lasky is 6. Run rate 4.2. Fernando will continue to bowl over number 27. We're approaching this end of our second power play period and also the second drinks interval, which is taken at 30. So Fernando's first over cost 2. Backward of square on the boundary for Zimbabwe, and then they've got a extra cover on the boundary. Quicker from Fernando, draws his man forward. Long on, protected, and then they have a mid off. Still that short man catching on the offside. When I say short, oh, there's a big appeal. Jameson briefly, now he has the teapot out, the keeper of Zimbabwe. Well, he didn't move. Also, normally a good indication. The keeper gives it away sometimes when they move towards leg stump, but he is stationed straight behind middle stump. Not to say that that was the wrong decision. Now he beats him with flight and turn. That's lovely from Nalaka Fernando. Clint Hoffman will have to rethink what's coming his way. How's he going to get a run? That's a textbook forward defensive shot from Clint Hoffman. So what Zimbabwe want the batter to do? They want Fernando to operate on off stump, turning away from the right-hander and asking him to go towards the offside. Now what he does is on length, moves one step across towards the off stump, works it towards leg side and gets 2. And that's purely on length that he's allowed to do that. So Fernando will just need to be a touch fuller to be able to support his captain with the field set that's in play. 5 fielders on the offside. Now he does, or he pulls out the conventional sweep that is covered. There'll be a single, I'll walk it through. An appreciation, a great camaraderie between all of these players. Lasky just gives Fernando a tap on the shoulder and says, well done, you beat me a couple of times. I just love what I've seen throughout the course of the week. The summarizes the name Spirit of Cricket Masters, just summarizes the week. Spirit of cricket, spirit of camaraderie, spirit of just uniting sport, uniting people, bringing everyone together. "27 overs gone, 110 for 4, run rate 4.1. Miles Hopper is introduced. So Zimbabwe saying, okay, thank you, Mr. Zeal, you've done a job. Probably going to keep you back for a couple towards the back end of the innings. Time to introduce Miles Hopper. That's too short for Miles. He's lucky to get away with that. It'll only be a single. Drop that too short, Miles Hopper.
1-1.
Hoffman on to 12, Lasky on 6. So Lasky has been there for the majority of the time between these two. That's cut away or on the bounce. The left hand is stuck out and prevents more than one. Fielding on the offside done by Dash Bakmaria. Oh, that's a full, free, friendly, full toss on leg stump. They've got to go for 2. And he should have helped himself to at least should have helped himself to a 4 there. It was a slow full toss on leg stump, and he could pick his spot. He did pick his spot, but he only got 2. So again, 2 leg side wide called. So Hopper has missed his length. He's not warmed up yet. Hoffman on 14. Still 2 straight from Hopper. Short third inside the ring. Backward point. Short catching cover. Mid off. That's on the offside. That's better, Miles. They have a fine leg in the inner ring. Mid wicket in the ring. And now a long on who's dropped back in a square leg in front of square on the boundary. That's the fielders that's protecting the 4s. Long on and square that's slapped towards the offside boundary. Another single. A bit of an indifferent start this from Miles Hopper. Brings to an end over number 28. 116 for 4. The 7 runs came in the 26th over. Now another 6 in the 28th. And in the middle of all of that, Fernando is about to start his 3rd over. Naught for 5. Asked some good questions. He's been very tidy, very economical. That's fired in again quicker. Invites the cut shot. Good battle with Clint Hoffman. Beat him in the previous over. That's slower. Fernando probably say, wish that wouldn't have been one, just so that I could continue this battle with Hoffman. But the skipper of Spirit of Cricket Masters knows exactly where the gap is. He's on to 16. Again, slightly quicker. Just like the pace that Fernando is bowling at. Nice flight. Slow through the air. Sits up. Knocked onto the offside towards the fence for one. Fielders perfectly placed by Mr. Lindsay, captain of Zimbabwe. Yorker length. Dug out by Hoffman. He certainly holds a couple of keys in his toolbox as Fernando. Can he unlock one here? Thought about one. End of 29. Good tidy over again from Fernando. That cost 2. 118 for 4. Lasky on 8. Hoffman on 16. So this over will take us to drinks and we'll conclude the second power play period. So power plays, not the traditional 10 over spells that we see in professional cricket. This tournament set up for power play 1 being overs 1 to 15, where you allowed 3 outside the circle, over 16 to 30, 4 outside the circle, and overs 31 to 45. The final 15 over period, you can have 5 outside the inner circle. Hopper missed his lengths in his first over. That's better. Nice and tidy. On to middle and off is Miles Hopper. Bowling to Lasky, who's on 8. Umpire says that there was a little touch, faint touch off the pants. Hopper will just have to be mindful. He can't be too straight. There is a man now on the square leg boundary in front of square, but any tickle around towards fine leg will be at least 1. Because there is a player in the field, in the ring. It is Lindsay himself, but he's square. So anything fine will be at least 1. Depends on the speed off the bat. There's a third man in the air in the inner circle. There's a backward point in the inner circle. Short catching cover. That's where you don't want to be. Anything. If you got bat onto ball there, it would have been productive. Missed out the Clinton Lasky. Gets the wide, but could have just as well helped himself to a 4. Again, same area, same result. It's got to be tight on off stump. Hopper. Still a bit straight. Just see the way that Lasky is shaping to play that ball. He's favouring the leg side because the ball is straight sitting up. There we go. That's where you want to be. That's much better from Miles Hopper. Fielding done by Dash Vakmaria. That's a beauty. Fielder didn't move. Got all of that. That's unfortunately the punishment for being too straight, and that finally takes Lasky into double figures. That will also conclude our second session. Spirit of Cricket Masters winning the toss and electing to bat first have made their way to 124 for 4. Lasky on 12, Hoffman on 16.
124.
After the first 15 overs, Spirit of Cricket Masters had 61. So the next 15 overs bringing about 63 runs, but they also lost 3 wickets. It was a bad start after the resumption. Final strategies to be put in place and a score that the Spirit of Cricket Masters will have in mind. 124 for 4, 15 overs remain. We'll take a break and we'll be back with you when we resume with our final 15 overs of this, the first innings of the match between Spirit of Cricket Masters and Zimbabwe in the Over-55 International Cricket Tournament at Greenpoint Cricket Club in Cape Town. Welcome back to Greenpoint Cricket Club in the Mother City. That's another name that we call Cape Town, the Mother City. Beautiful cricket ground, beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky, but pleasant temperatures, I have to say. On my right is DHL Stadium, building up towards a big rugby match later this afternoon in the United Rugby Championship. Stormers involved. It's been a good weekend for South African rugby. Bulls winning, Sharks winning, Lions winning. So Stormers looking to make it 4 out of 4 in the Rugby Championship from a South African perspective. Our attention is with cricket. Spirit of Cricket Masters. It's just been a wonderful tournament, wonderful week. T20 cricket getting us going. And now we have 45 overs aside. And it's my great honor to welcome one of the players involved with the Spirit of Cricket Masters, Ben Kirkham. Ben already had his time out in the innings, so we can reflect. Ben, I have to say, first of all, how's the body holding up?
Better than I expected, actually. Felt quite good today. Not that I had to do a lot of running while I was batting, but no, feeling okay. And we've just had the most tremendous week. People we've met, the grounds we've played at, the hospitality. It's just been phenomenal, and I can't recommend Cape Town as a venue or a tourist destination any more than that. It's just an awesome place and great people.
Thank you for the nice words, and I'm glad that you found the South African hospitality to your liking. I think that's one thing we are known for. And it's been such a wonderful week of not only the cricket, but building friendships. Is it your first visit to South Africa?
I've been to South Africa once before, but not to Cape Town, and it's a wonderful place. It's very much like our hometown or our home state in Western Australia. Very similar climate and great cricket wickets and a lot of really nice people. That's a great seed. Number 18.
Yeah, Fernando, he's impressed me in his variation and speed.
Absolutely. He seems to bowl offies and leggies.
Yes.
Yeah. Here he comes in again to Clint Lasky.
He's a difficult customer. Now he slows it down.
Yeah, that's lovely. He gets it away for, might even get 2 here. He's lucky. Yeah, good running, boys. Well run. Great to see our skipper out there, Clint Hoffman. I think he's got a bit of a point to prove today, and he seems to have got his eye in, and we're looking forward to him showing us a few shots.
Tell me about the Spirit of Cricket idea, Spirit of Cricket Masters, Spirit of Cricket World. There's 2 teams in that Spirit.
Absolutely,
Club.
It's a great concept started by our founder Anthony Telfer. The amount of work Telf's put in and the bunch of blokes he's put together from all around the world, yeah, phenomenal. And it's all about playing hard but playing fair, and yeah, it's all about the spirit of cricket, which to me is what cricket's all about.
Absolutely. I think the name just summarizes the whole concept of the greater sport we all serve.
Absolutely. From juniors through to veterans, that's what it's all about.
So you have Australians, there's from America, there's a
Yes.
South African in your team. What's
Yes.
it been like to mold a team and get them together with different cultures, different background?
But it took us a while. We lost our first 3 games, and by the 4th game, we've gelled a lot, and now we're gelling even more today, and we're really looking forward to putting a good total on the board and fighting hard to win the game. I must admit the Zimbabwe boys so far have just been great to meet. There's a lot of them from our home state in Western Australia, and I must say, if it wasn't for a Zimbabwean friend of mine, Mr. Andy Walton, if you're out there listening, Andy, thanks, mate. I played a game of veterans over-55s with Andy, and he told me all about this, nominating for WA and putting your name up for things like this, and yeah, thanks, Andy.
I know that name, Andy Walton.
Yes, he's playing in the Zims over 60s, I believe, these days. Even though he looks a fair bit younger than me and is a fair bit fitter.
How do you keep yourself fit?
I don't.
That's the truthful answer. Well done.
Absolutely. But I do play a lot of cricket. I've played. There's some vets comps in Western Australia, and I also play for my local team down at Quarramup. And big shout out to them. Premiership A grade yesterday. And just an awesome team effort from our boys down there at Cowie, knocking off the Saints, who a great bunch of blokes and a great bunch of junior players down there too. So it's not all about the legendary players like Nathan Coulter-Nile, who opens our bowling, and legendary player, and the Saints boys played really well against us yesterday, and great to go back to back though.
Have you been keeping a close eye on what the Australian team has been doing
I
this
sure
week?
do. couple of my great mates been opening the batting there, the big Queensland boys, Darren Rasmussen and Tugger Bennett. They've been batting beautifully, and hopefully they do well against the South Africans today.
Yeah, big game. 1-2 on the log.
Yeah, absolutely. And I must say the South Africans have got a phenomenal side on the park. They proved that in the Test match last week. Great to watch.
Yeah, Stephen Jack, Steve Pelfram, and Louis Kuhn all played for South Africa.
Louis Kuhn, what a champion he is. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the South Africans yet because we haven't played them, but yeah, I imagine it's just like everyone else here. They're all about enjoying themselves, playing hard cricket, and yeah, setting the scene for the spirit of cricket.
So I was privileged enough to do the game between Australia and Wales at Groot Drakenstein Cricket Club there in Franschhoek. And Raz told me the story about his knee that popped out and how he had to do some physio on himself. And he scored 83 in that game.
Yes.
Raz was,
Mate,
he's the real deal.
mate, Raz is not just the best bloke you'll ever meet. He can bat, he can bowl, he's a champion cricketer, champion bloke. Been through a lot of adversity in his life, and he's shining through like a diamond.
Also, nice to see Clint Kebble, a good skipper, did a great job in that specific match as well from a leadership perspective.
Yep. And the Welsh boys, we played them yesterday. They're a great bunch of blokes as well. And we were lucky enough to have our South African import, Arthur Moore. I like to call him Dudley. I think Dudley Moore was Arthur in the movie. So he came out and creamed 52 off about 30 bowls to get us over the line against Wales. And yeah, big shout out to Maury. He's not here today. He's had to go to Joburg for work, so we're going to miss him today. But we've got some great blokes on the park again today. We've got a few blokes back from illness. Clint Lasky, who's currently on strike. To who have we got? Fernando bowling, haven't we? Yes.
Yeah, so on that Welsh team, Madra Singh played against West Indies.
Wow.
In the first ball he ever bowled, he took a wicket against the Windies. And good bat, good all-rounder. Mike Cann played a lot of his cricket in South Africa as well, provincial cricket.
Yep.
I'm sure you would have seen Mike Cann
Absolutely,
yesterday,
mate,
left-hand
yes.
bat.
Yes, there was a catch taken yesterday. They're calling it the catch of the tournament. I just happened to hit the ball. But yeah, big shout out. That was Paul, sorry. Great
Paul Puller?
bloke, and I think it was, yes, absolutely. And yeah, great catch, buddy. But yeah, great game of cricket we had yesterday, and that was at something Bosch.
Yeah, Rondebosch?
Rondebosch, yes. Marvellous place to play cricket, as is this venue here at Green Point.
I must say, when you walked out, you looked so solid. You looked aggressive, and when they pitched it up, you weren't shy to take the aerial route.
Absolutely.
What was the wicket like?
Beautiful to bat on. Beautiful to bat on. The boys are bowling really well, though. They're really swinging the ball today, which we haven't seen all week. Yeah, they're great bowling attack the Zimbabweans have got, and yeah, good to see our boys getting a few runs on the board. And oh, there we go. It's 2 more to Clint.
So
Lovely shot.
What happens in a run-out scenario? Is that like you buy beers for the rest of the week? It was an unnecessary one this morning.
It was. Both boys stranded down one end there at one stage, and direct hit had one of them gone. But yeah, there'll be some fines. Our fines master, Mr. James Trail, has been doing a marvellous job all week raising money, which we've decided to donate to the Cape Town Cricket Club, just to try and help them get some retic put in, and yeah, try and tidy their oval up a bit for them. So
can we park that idea and talk about that? Can we build on what you've said? Because that's one thing our viewers might not necessarily know. It's it's the cause outside of cricket for the greater good of the community that you're playing in.
Absolutely. And the hospitality everywhere we've been's been phenomenal, but Cape Town especially, they've had some very famous players there over the years, and we had the pleasure of Peter Kirsten and Barry Richards' company there the other day, and just some phenomenal stories coming from those boys. And our skipper, Clint Hoffman, who's a huge advocate for men's mental health as well. He 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 fell, put his foot into a guinea fowl hole and rolled his ankle a bit, and he was a bit angry, and he calmed down really quickly and thought, hang on, rather than whinge about it, let's try and help these boys fix it. So great bloke, our skipper, and looks like he's getting his eye in today, and he's going to hopefully show us some fireworks later in the innings.
What's Vets cricket like back home for you?
Sorry, what's
Vets cricket? What's it like back home?
Oh, Vets cricket, it's growing at a rapid rate. Great fellas, great competitions. We had a WA Country versus City Veterans game the weekend before we came across here, and the camaraderie and the standard of cricket is great. We all have a lot of fun, but we all play it hard and we all play it fair. And I can't speak highly enough of the spirit of cricket shown in Western Australian veterans.
When you grew up taking a liking to cricket, who was the idols and the people that you were looking at saying, I want to become the next?
Oh, mate, you'll get me started now. I moved down from the desert in Laverton down to Perth when I was about 8 to 10 years old, and went down to my local cricket club. I'd never played before, and I thought, I love the game. I'm going to go and have a go at it. And first training, after we'd finished juniors, the seniors started, and there was Kim Hughes, and there was Terry Alderman, there was I think Tom Hogan, Craig Sargent. There was a plethora of Kim was captain of Australia at the time. So I'd have to say, the West Australian boys, Kim Hughes, Dennis Lilly, Rod Marsh. Big shout out to Ross Edwards too, a fellow who was instrumental in World Series cricket with Kerry Packer. I'd also have to say Viv Richards is probably my favourite cricketer I've ever seen, and Greg Chappell would be up there too. So just World Series cricket, I guess, really piqued our interest, and we've been in love with the game ever since. And then growing up in Western Australia, I got to play with and against so many, now famous cricketers, and you could always see that the pathway was there if you were good enough, and those boys certainly were, the likes of Damien Martin and Justin Langer and Brendan Julian, and
Sure.
I even played 4 seasons with Terry McGill as my coach, and Stuart McGill was in the side as well. So he couldn't land a leggy to save himself back then, Stu, but he come good with 200 Test wickets, that's for sure. With 200 more than me, Stu.
It's amazing. And that era, you think about Stuart McGill and Shane Warne.
Absolutely.
Stuart McGill, in his own right, probably would have played a lot more had he not competed with the legend that is Shane Warne.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And in hindsight, they probably could have played more to get more cricket together. They're both quite different in the way they bowl, and I would have to say Stewie probably spins it a bit more than Warney, and he's probably a little bit more erratic. His strike rate was slightly better, but Warney, mate. God rest your soul. Legend.
Yeah,
Absolute
absolutely.
legend.
Yeah. Probably the player you from a South African perspective. I remember watching Warney when he came to South Africa, and his tussle with Hansie Cronje back then.
Oh, and his bunny Daryl Cullinan.
So here's the story. Daryl Cullinan lives in Bol, which is about 50 kilometers. It's close to Groot Drakenstein Club, where it's one of the venues being used for this tournament.
Yep.
And Daryl Cullinan is in Bol, and still not so much involved in the game, but he does some clinics with youngsters. I caught up with Daryl the other day, and he's a lovely bloke. But you mentioned that rivalry between the two of them.
Well, I think Darryl's stats stack up on their own, but if you took the balls he faced against Shane Warne out of the equation, his average would be a lot more. But I think he still averaged close to 50 in Test cricket, didn't he? And yeah, phenomenal player. Warney just had his number.
I walked through one of the venues at say Constantia, but where we started off with the two fields, and my eye I looked towards the left, and I thought maybe I'm getting old now. My eyes are deceiving me. And Brett Schultz was sitting in and amongst the SA Rhinos talking. And Brett Schultz destroyed Sri Lanka when he came onto the scene, a left arm quick. And it's great to see that players who past and present still keep a close eye on what's happening in cricket and still very much involved. Murray Rasmus, wonderful umpire, still standing. There was a provincial fixture this week in Paul, and he was still out there, and he had a hero's reception when he stood in his last test in New Zealand. Made a huddle for him. And that's just the greatest story of cricket. You talk about Peter Kirsten. I think back of '92 and South Africa's re-emergence from isolation, and that World Cup, famous World Cup in South Africa. Donald to Marsh, Edge to Dave Richardson, not given. South Africa pulled off a famous win in Sydney by 9 wickets, and Kepler Wessels was the captain.
I love Kepler. Everyone loves Kepler.
Well, he has an Australian link as well.
Oh, big time. Barry Richards was explaining it to us about the World Series, and Kerry was getting Barry's Australian citizenship, and Barry was going to be the opener for the Australian 11, but he really, I think, really wanted to play, for South Africa, even though he couldn't. So he went to the World 11, and they brought Kepler over to open the batting for Australia. And wow, Barry Richards, geez, could have been the best. Well, probably was the best since Bradman, really. When you look at his stats, his limited stats for Test cricket, just a champion cricketer.
What was it like to meet him?
Oh, mate, I met him as a kid. He did a little bit of coaching in Perth. He moved to Perth. It must have been early 80s, and had a lot to do with Kevin Gartrell, I think, out at Midland Guildford. And Kevin was an old friend of my father's, and I remember getting some coaching from Barry, and just a phenomenal guy. I spoke to one of his counterparts, Ross Edwards, before we left, and he told us some great stories about Barry. One being Barry played for South Australia, and he was sponsored by Coca-Cola. And first day of the Shield match at the Wacker, Barry made 325 in the first day. Coke gave him $1 a run for that, and they all thought that $325 for a day's cricket was pretty bloody amazing. And you look back on it now and you see how times have changed, and how the players are rewarded a lot more equitably than they were back then. So just a phenomenal cricketer. Ross reckons he's the best batsman he ever saw, and Ross saw most of them, that's for sure. Yeah, phenomenal, Barry Richards.
Well, in the meantime, Zimbabwe has changed their keeper again. They said that they would do that, and Jameson runs off. He did a very good job behind the stumps, I must say. In closing, just a message to the loved ones back home.
Be good. I've got my 18-year-old twins and my 25-year-old daughter looking after them, so to speak. So be good. Mum and I'll be home in a week or so. And to my Cowie boys, well done, boys. Back-to-back premierships. Just phenomenal effort. Let's go for the three-peat next year, boys.
Ben, what a treat to have you in commentary. Thank you so much for your thoughts, and good luck with the rest of the game. And thank you for bringing spirit of cricket to Queensland. And right on, you commentators, that happens normally. We should have stayed.
Yeah, we did. The change of commentators has brought the undoing of our skipper Clint Hoffman for a well-compiled 26. 4 for 154. Bit of a launching pad. 10 overs left. Let's go, Spirit.
Thanks for having me. Short, mate. Thank you. 151 now for 5 brings to a close a very good partnership. These two came together in the 23rd over. Miles Hopper breaks through for Zimbabwe. Clint Hoffman, then the man departing for 26. We're in the final 10 overs, and we were talking, Ben and I, about what a good score would be. And I said to Ben, I think from this point on to 22 30, I think will be very productive, very competitive. But it's all about that wickets column. And if Zimbabwe can continue to strike at regular intervals, that target will continue to adjust. So keeping duties back to Mel Jones. John Jameson has come off the field. Troy Cross is in for Spirit of Cricket Masters. Clinton Lasky on 27. Miles Hopper with his first wicket. Oh, that's smacked away straight off the bat for one. What a way to get off the mark. Would have felt that he could have deserved more for that shot, but it went straight to the fielder. So Troy Cross on 1, Lasky on 27 as we approach the final 2 deliveries of over number 36. That's too short from Hopper. It can definitely get 2 here. It was amazing to listen to the stories of old Ben Kirkin sharing his stories growing up and taking a liking in Vets cricket and now representing this wonderful team. End of over number 36, 154 for 5. So 9 overs to go, 54 legal deliveries. Run a ball gets you that 210. That sort of a 210, 215 mark would be very good, I think, from a Spirit of Cricket Masters perspective. Winning the toss, batting, sun is out, baking down on the surface. Fernando is out of the attack. Dash Maria will come on for Zimbabwe. He'll bowl with his cap on. Dash. Left arm through and around is Dash Maria. You just feel this is such an important period now. 9 overs to go. There's a launch pad for Spirit of Cricket Masters. You allowed 5 out of the circle. What will Zimbabwe feel that they can chase down? It's tossed up. Work towards the offside. And strong arm from the fence. Only one. Any bowler today that's just been too short, it's sat up. That's the one thing that Spirit of Cricket Masters will be mindful when they bowl, and so too Zimbabwe will say that if there is something that sits up slightly shorter, you will have enough time, and there is runs to be made. Straight to the fine leg in the inner circle, but they can race through for one. It's almost a guaranteed one every time if the speed is correct off the bat. Behind square is protected on the boundary. Cover point. Long off, long on, mid-wicket boundary. That's the fielders protecting 4. This one slightly earlier start to the rest of the venues across Cape Town because we had a triathlon this morning. I still see some of the runners to my right busy with their activities. And then the big rugby later this afternoon, right next to us. If we're still playing at 2 o'clock, I'm sure you'll start hearing some noise from those who are coming out to support the Stormers. They've got a meeting with Dragons this afternoon at 2. And DHL Stadium, home of Stormers Rugby, right next to us. Good start for Dashwag Maria. Hopper still bowling for Zimbabwe. You just feel that Clinton Lasky has been out there for some time. He's got to convert. He'll probably look at himself and say, I need to up the ante slightly. There's a big shot. It's going to spin away from the fielder and get himself 4. Just as I spoke about Lasky's thought process and where he needs to go, he does deliver for his team with a welcome 4. Again, goes sort of across the line. That ball was more angled towards off stump. Gets away with it. It did go up, but over the keeper that's standing up. Somewhat lucky to get away with that Clinton Lasky, but he won't mind how they come. He's on to 35. Again, it's tossed up, missed by the keeper. If any criticism to Miles Hopper would just be that he's been too leg side dominant at times. Ball slanting in towards the pads. And there's another wide plus the one that they completed the run. So that's 2 extras plus the extra delivery. Run rate is up to 4.3. That's better from Miles Hopper, but still turned around, fetched outside off stump, and turned into a 2.
Work cross it. Well run, boy.
Ball just dying and hit into the surface. But with the speed off, they can scamper through for 1 gap found between the 2 fielders.
Get hold of her.
She's getting organised now, and she should be here in about a half an hour.
So she's already coming left one.
No.
Yeah.
And she'll let us know when she's on
Thank
the
you
way.
so much.
Just falls back into the stroke. Troy Cross finishes way outside leg stump. Brings to an end another over. A good productive over for Spirit of Cricket Masters. 165 for 5 it is.
Dig deep, Lasky. Wait for you, JK.
Dashweg Maria will bowl his second over, having been introduced from the Fernando end.
Play.
But he doesn't do anything.
US dollar strong too. US dollar is strong at the moment too.
Good start from Dashweg Maria. It's my great privilege to have the skipper. Who better to talk about the spirit of cricket masters than the captain of the team, Clint Hoffman. Nice innings, Clint. Well played.
Thank you. I just ran out a bit of breath. I'm a type 2 diabetic, so I was the medication dehydrates me, so I felt like I was about 99 years old, not runs.
Oh, it's a misstumping for Zimbabwe. Well, that's hard luck for Dashweg Maria. They've just swapped keepers. John Jameson off the field. Mel Jones has taken the gloves and he owes his bowler one.
Oh.
That could have been a big moment, especially Clint Lasky, who's on 38. He's done all the hard work. You put another wicket in that column. 6 down, 166. New batter at the crease. Troy Cross still finding his feet. And suddenly the runs that they have in mind just adjust slightly. Lasky is going to play a key role here. He wants to attack the attack to Dashweg Maria. What are you with me, Clint? Talking about, what do you have in mind? 166 for 5 currently. What would you settle on?
A very slow pitch. They're taking the pace off, and I was hoping to get 7 over from here on in, and sort of get around that 215, 220 mark. Give us something to bowl to.
Tossed up, aerial shot, the left-hand dive from Lindsay, the captain of Zimbabwe. I hope he didn't do a shoulder there.
Yeah, we bat pretty long. We bat probably down to 10. So yeah, you'd want at least that, I think, coming in.
Yeah, I was talking in commentary earlier, and I thought that winning the toss, batting first, pitch is going to, it is the end of season, pitch might become slower and lower,
Yes.
turn friendly. So I think it was a good toss to win.
Yeah, no, especially in this format of cricket, the over-55s. I just thought with this very big field that get fresh legs batting, as many, and try and get the twos. This will be a game of 2s and 3s, So already one of our pairs ran a 4, which I think is unheard of in over 55 cricket.
It's a tough ground to defend on.
Yes.
But if you strike up front, if you got a good start, 30 of the first 5 overs, Zimbabwe pulled it back very nicely, and then after the drinks interval, that first drinks interval, they struck quickly, and then suddenly it was a readjustment.
Yes.
And there's evidence of what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's going to be very tough. The batters will have to work for the runs later on, and that will count in your favour.
Yes. And look, Lasky's just come off 3 days in bed. He got the coronavirus that went through. So this is a good innings from him, and it's his first bat for the tournament. So he's from Tasmania. He played for Ricky Ponting's club. He was playing first grade when Ricky debuted at 14 years of age. So what a story!
So I want to share a story with you. Ben Kirkham was in commentary with me earlier, and he was talking about the fact that you stepped into a hole, did your ankle, and then you said, "Okay, bugger this. Let's fix this." And just he spoke very highly of how you are inclined and how you want to care for others, and you want to make a difference. I want to put it to you because I think it's important to give people compliments as well.
Yes.
We find negative so often in life, but the spirit of cricket just symbolizes that sort of approach and caring for others and bringing people together.
It's amazing. I've been away from the game for a very long time. I run my own businesses, and it's a lonely game at the top of entrepreneurism. But to be called in as captain, and my wife actually said, "What's your captain?" I said, "Look, I love leadership, and I love actually instilling the positives into every team member." And at the start of the week, I challenged them. I said, at our age, your biggest strength, younger, almost becomes your biggest weakness when you're older. My eyesight's 70% of what it was. So, I have to adjust my onside shots and all that type of stuff. But this side, to come together after not knowing each other last Sunday, and our win against Wales yesterday was just phenomenal. We didn't want to be rated as the third Australian sort of side in the competition. But lifelong friendships are made.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about the Aussie flavour that's been given to this tournament specifically, and I've had the privilege of following Australia for a couple of games, and
Yes.
Raz, and he's popping out of his knee and coming
Oh.
back and scoring an 80, and the characters that is over 55 cricket.
Ah, yes. I think it's because we all grew up in the era of Alan Border, and I'm very lucky. I started the mental health project, the IF project, back in Australia. So all the Australian, the Spirit of Cricket we've got on our sleeve is a free mental health app for worldwide. So AB actually has got behind us as well. But you know, when that guy used to captain Australia, you wanted to bat, you wanted to play, you wanted to play the team game. So I think that could be the underlying, could be the border spirit.
So I'm going to give you a bit of an opportunity because I think it's something that's not spoken of enough, and maybe people feel sort of drawn back and
Yeah.
slightly embarrassed
Yeah.
to talk about mental health specifically.
Yeah.
Where did that pick up for you, and why?
Look, I grew up essentially. A mother brought me and my brother up, and pretty poor housing. We call it Houser Commission or Housos in Australia. So, I grew up without a father figure, and my father figures were the guys around the cricket club. I was lucky enough to play in the ones at a very early age, representative cricket, etc. However, in my 30s, I started seeing a therapist, which is very unusual for Australian guys. Normally, my good friend Michael Kasprich says, just give it a rub and get on. But toughen up, she'll be right, mate, all that type of stuff. But yeah, I got a great benefit out of seeing a therapist in Australia called Barry Hogg, who he's actually brother played for New South Wales as well. So Barry really helped me in my 30s and early 40s, and sadly, he's coming up to the 10th year anniversary this year in June. I lost one of my best friends, a really tough sort of great guy, family guy, 43 years of age, and he sadly took his life. God bless you, Twinkles. And I went to the funeral, and I was sort of part of the organizer. I was close to his wife and two young sons, and afterwards at the funeral at the wake, I saw all these tough Aussie guys. They were crying in their beer, coming up to me saying what a great mate I was, etc. And I sort of cast my mind back to a couple of months previous. He had asked me about my therapist, my old mate Baz Hogg. And I didn't really pick up on the cues, but I sort of thought, oh, geez, I wish I had I bought him a really nice bottle of Australian wine, a 12 brick run rig for an occasion. I sort of wish I had bought him a session with my therapist in hindsight. So, but at that funeral, there was hundreds and hundreds of men, and even if they wanted to see my therapist, there wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have had the space in his diary. So what do I do? Well, I build educational apps, and I thought, you know what? Why don't I build a mental health app for men? Like a survival guide for men. And there's a beautiful poem called If, and it's Rudyard Kipling writing a poem to a son, and it's actually a guy whose son went to the Boer War from England. And there's 12 ifs. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you. Oh, drop catch. Bit of good. That's hopefully Australia takes advantage of that drop catch. But there's 12 ifs. But I thought the Kipling left out the how. How do I keep my head? How do I deal with triumph and disaster? So we got the rights to animate the poem. We did a very good job. I used a South African animation company which I'm involved with called Another Love Productions out of Cape Town. So it's got a real linkage back to South Africa in a number of ways. But then we're in a film studio, and we filmed about 100 videos with Barry Hogg. He's out. Clint Lasky, good innings. Good innings. I just wanted Clint to go on and get a 50 then. So
Yeah, just Lasky on his way for 40, but I think Zimbabwe have got it spot on. They've gone to the slow turners, and suddenly that 210 that you might have in mind, it's being readjusted every time there's a wicket that falls. And Lasky, the key stay of this partnership, he's on his way for 40, but credit to him. Did a good job, but trapped in front. There was a couple of half chances, missed stumping, then a drop catch at the backward point, and now finally they get a favourable decision from one of the two standing umpires. 172 on the board. But Lasky is done from a batting perspective. He still has to contribute in the field, and that means that John Kerr will walk out to the middle. I just want to congratulate you for what you've done behind the scenes and away from cricket and addressing something that needs to be spoken about more.
Yeah. Now, it's amazing because then we've got a famous actor in Australia called Jack Thompson. And Jack is the voice. He's 84. He's a very close friend of mine, and perhaps he gives a very good sort of mentoring advice to me over the years. But for free, he put his voice to the poem. He's won, Best Supporting Actor in Cannes Film Festival for his role in Breaker Morant. Again, ties back to South Africa with the Boer War. But Jack put his voice to it, so it's been viewed hundreds of thousands of times around the world. And I get text messages from people I don't know saying thank you so much for animating the poem. They play it each day, just or they play it to their son or their brother. But from that we built out the videos, so the howls, and yeah, this year we had. If anyone watched the Gabba test, we had the stormtroopers there, the Gabba troopers. 100 of those Gabba troopers were pink stormtroopers. Michael Kasperwich is our ambassador, and he leads us to the Gabba, and we've all got the QR code in a love heart on our sleeve, and the downloads we get from the commentators talking about, be it Alan Border talking about the project, etc. But it's my gift to the world, give it away for free. And Arthur Moore, who's been playing us from the Greenpoint Cricket Club, he's been playing for the Masters. He's been playing very well for us, not playing today, but he asked if he could help bring the F project to South Africa, and I said, yep, you've got the lion heart, you've been playing very well, I think you'll be the perfect person to do it.
In closing with you, as we run towards the back end of this innings, what's the reception been like at home? I went to follow the Facebook page,
Yes.
and I love the content on the Facebook page and the
Yes.
stories that it tells.
Yes.
But what has the reception back home been like in your close circles with regards to this?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've got three very close men, dear men to me. Doug Alderson, who was my stepfather growing up, very good cricketer. Dougie Waters, protege actually. Dougie's a taskmaster, but he's really been enjoying watching the cricket at home with the Wrong Owls. Jimmy Petrich, AM, has been watching it, and another great gentleman, one of my neighbours at my weekend, Graham. They're all like these old cricket legends, and they've just been really enjoying the commentary, the cricket, the grounds, amazing. So yeah, as commentator, I'd love to thank you for all your work you're doing. It's being really enjoyed back home, and I might go down with the boys and see us home. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
It's been, I always say things happen for a reason, and to put you in commentary today, to bring a bit of attention to another subject outside of cricket, I think is much needed. Thank you for bringing the spirit of cricket to Cape Town,
Yes.
to South Africa. Continue this wonderful journey, and best of luck for today, and also the final rights tomorrow. And may we see you back in South Africa again.
And excuse my accent, but by donkey.
So baie dankie for our overseas visitors in Afrikaans. That's thank you very much. One of our official languages. I'm Afrikaans speaking, so I can resonate with that. So thank you very much.
Pleasure.
So there we go. 173 for 6. Clint Hoffman, the captain of Spirit of Cricket Masters, sharing his thoughts and some other importance. That's a big call for a run out that the umpire says no to. 173 for 6. I think Zimbabwe has done an excellent job to pull this right back. There was the thought process within the Spirit of Cricket Masters camp that a 210, 215 score might be on the cards. It's not to say that it's not, but time is ticking away quickly, and you have Troy Cross on 6 and John Kerr still fairly new at the crease. He has 1. Such a big strike for Zimbabwe. To get rid of Hooper. That's a nice sweep. Can he beat the inner ring? He can't. It's a very nice fielding from Zimbabwe.
Exactly. Don't throw it in, don't catch it, just leave.
Miles Hopper doing the job for his team. Fernando bowling at the moment. Now that beats the field. That beats the fielder, and it's going to be 4. Just hit it hard enough. Fielder smashes his hand into the surface. Feels that he should have done better. Could have stopped that dash Vahmaria, but when it escaped him, it was off to the races, and it does get to the fence. Valuable for every moment counts now. Busy with over number 42. Well, the shots will come. They'll keep coming. Splits the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. 4 more. Troy Cross has said enough is enough. It's that time of the innings. If we want to propel the score and get it over the 200 mark, something's got to give. You've got to make a couple of plays, and helped by back-to-back boundaries. Pressure transferred back to Nalaka Fernando. Will he go 3 in a row? It's slightly short, not quite there for that flick onto the leg side. But you can understand the thought process. He feels that that's his target area. It's a shorter boundary. And does Cross have the pace of Fernando and the pitch? Flighted. Back to him, drops it. Caught and bowled off it. Sharp chance. Would have stung the hands. But there was a chance offered to Nalaka Fernando. Zimbabwe have had their fair share in the field of opportunities. That one was hit back powerfully.
Sitting 182.
182 for 6 it is after 42.
I read it as I can see.
Dashwag Maria will continue from our commentary end. We are at Greenpoint Cricket Club in the heart of Cape Town. Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 going up against Zimbabwe, 45 over per side contest. Spirit of Cricket Masters, majority of their team made up of Australians. There's also a Spirit of Cricket World team and the Australian team. Greenpoint Cricket Club, located next to DHL Rugby Stadium, home of Stormers Rugby, Western Province Rugby. Now going over to the Stormers brand in totality. That was flighted. Lindsay under it. Lindsay with a sharp chance and then falls on his back, but never took his eyes off the prize. Very good catch by Lindsay. And that's the end of John Kerr. His brief stay at the innings is done. Another big wicket. Timely strike for Zimbabwe. And that means that Ranvir Jahal will be walking out to bat for Spirit of Cricket Masters. That was a really good catch taken by the captain of Zimbabwe, Gavin Lindsay. He had to track back. And then as he caught it, he fell back. But did a good job. So difficult, those ones, but held on to. Dashwag Murray has been excellent. 2 for 6.
Yeah, they keep the day, right?
Left-hander on strike. Well, you can't allow yourself too many sight-ins now. It's the back end of the innings, and I'm sure that Zimbabwe would have taken anything under 200. That's 18 runs away. Still the better part of 2.5 overs to go. So that's 17 deliveries. A runner ball gets you that 200. Easier said than done. Balls keeping low. It's slow turners being used by Zimbabwe in the back end. I think they've got that spot on. And now 7 down. Spirit of Cricket Masters. What can they get to? Every run is so important. It will count in the final analysis. If you missed our commentary earlier, Clint Hoffman, the captain of Spirit of Cricket Masters, said that the 210 was sort of his feeling. That would be a competitive total. They've still got to go some to get to 210. Joel off the mark straight away. Troy Cross has been aggressive now, and he needs to continue in that form. Well, you'll often argue and say runs on the board means that you still have to get them. But you just feel after the start they had 32 without the loss of a wicket after 6 overs. Zimbabwe struck in the 12th over, 55 for 1, and then that double strike after the drinks interval. That really put Zimbabwe on the right path. A bit of a fight back again from Spirit of Cricket Masters. This will be converted into another 2. 97 for 4. Moved on to 154 for 5. And now again, Zimbabwe just ripped the heart out of this middle order, and it's left to Cross, Jahol, and those to come to get them over that 200 mark. Mahmaria dropped slightly short. One of the two fielders on the leg side, perfectly positioned, will prevent anything more than a single. Big flighted delivery. They asked the question to the square leg umpire, who says no. Foot was grounded at all times. Lovely flighted, slow delivery from Dashvach Maria. Perfect ploy to use on this pitch. Slightly shorter, which means that Javel can rock back and thump it down the ground for one. Single then brings to a close another over. 2 to go. I'm going at 5 to the over at this stage of the inning. Zimbabwe will take that every day of the week. Cross 17, Joel 2. And it is Joel that will face. He's the left-hander. It looks like they'll bring back Jimmy White for only one over. He can only bowl one over because we have two left, one from that end and one from our commentary position. So pace preferred for the penultimate over of the Spirit of Cricket Masters innings.
43, 2 and 17.
So Javal just walks down the track. There's a little tap. Maybe there's an indentation that he wants to get rid of. Lindsay taking some time to set his field. They've become accustomed to the spinners operating in tandem. So now with pace on the ball, they need to just make a couple of adjustments. 187 for 7 it is. Run rate 4.3. 12 balls to make the most out of what they can. That 200 mark you feel is bare minimum. Dot will be golden to Zimbabwe. Very impressed. Jimmy White, seasoned campaigner, good team player, and he'll come at you. Always give it 100%. This is Fuller, slipped down the leg side. That's a freebie, and that's where you don't want to be now. Every run matters and counts. And at times, that's where Zimbabwe let themselves down. So you have to re-bowl that delivery. Three players on the offside in the inner circle, nothing protecting four. Boundary options, long off, long on. Deep square, that's straight back to White. Fine leg on the boundary, third man on the boundary. So you can assume that Mahmaria will bowl the last over. He has been superb. Gives himself a bit of room. It's a wide called again. White. White is not amused. Felt that that went over the leg stump. umpire's decision is the only one that matters. So 2 wides, 2 extras already bowled by Jimmy White in this penultimate over. Now that's dragged from outside off to the onside. Will only be a single.
Slowly, as the SOC moves. I made myself the worst cup of coffee.
Left-right combination at the crease, which means that your fielders will have to be alert at all times, moving into different positions. Big shot and edged. Well, Cross turned around immediately. He walked. He didn't wait for the umpire's decision. Gave it the full kitchen sink. Outside edge found by Jimmy White and easily taken behind the stumps. Well, there's no such thing as an easy catch, but Mel Jones as regulation as they come. And that is the end of a bright, brisk innings from Troy Cross. 17. Well, Cross just felt that they were slightly light. They weren't challenging that 200 mark just yet. Went for the big shot. Outside edge found and a wicket to Jimmy White. He's first of the innings. He's number 2. Ian Bell, thank you. Oh, that's aerial as well. Just dropped short of the square leg fielder.
The way back, because then he
New man at the crease, Ian Beale. But it is Joel on strike. 191 for 8. Final delivery of over number 44.
he's 12 o'clock now. They were
Is full and knocked towards long off for a single. So that means Joel will keep strike. Zimbabwe will take that. 192 for 8 with 1 over still remaining in the innings.
they don't have 190, so tell me where I'm missing.
1 and 4.
Back to A, I've got 3. Back up to B, I've got 0.
Okay, give them both 1.
Right. Then we're back on track. How many overs gone? 44?
So that brings us to the final over of the innings. It will be Vahmaria. Spirit of Cricket Masters, 8 runs short of 200. At the start of the innings, you felt that 210, 215, even 220 was on the cards, especially after the start they had. 46 without the loss of a wicket after 10. A really good foundation laid. Diego's Vahmaria, flighted delivery, invites the big shot, but misses the keeper. So that's going to be a bye. They're going to think going to have to run, and they'll do get 2. That's 2 byes. Unnecessary 2 conceded by the keeper, Mel Jones. Looked up, almost thought that the batter was going to make contact. Didn't expect the miss, especially at this stage of the innings. That's 2 freebies to Spirit of Cricket Masters. 5 deliveries remain. 194 for 8. Vahmaria will toss it up again. 1 bounce out to LaRue, who's on the long on boundary. Single added. LaRue was very good with ball in hand as well. Just looking at him right in front of my commentary position. Ian Beale on strike. 195 for 8. Surely there won't be any blocking. It's going to be a full onslaught with 4 deliveries still remaining. Bahmaria knows what's coming. We haven't seen a 6 today. Rocks back and then just dabs it onto the offside. Again, there's a fielder in play for Zimbabwe. 196 for 8. Halfway through the last over of the innings.
Guys,
5 and 2.
how's it? How are you? This is all gonna have to move downstairs. Because we told the guys on Friday that we're here, we've got rugby at the stadium, we're gonna have like 200 people upstairs, so we can't have benches for score of them upstairs. There's space downstairs.
Oh, he's dragged it on. Inside edge onto the stumps. Bahmaria gets Jahal. Bahmaria's third of the innings. And that leaves James Trell, the final batter for Spirit of Cricket Masters.
Means then all of this is going to end up disconnecting. You're going to have to move all of it down and hope we pray to reconnect.
Okay, next. Score standing.
196 for 9, 44, 0 and 2.
Yeah. Heck, why did I come this in from? What is that from?
That means all of this has to be disconnected.
Yeah, but you didn't choose to come sit here. They set it up here.
Yeah.
No, there's a difference between this screen point up at the top and the people that's using the field for the tournament. So it really has an issue with it. I don't know who it's but it's clearly from
But the thing is,
We've seen him before.
there is
Yeah, but the upstairs for the rugby, that's actually why they're here. No one did. Well, we're not there, so yeah, but we're just waiting for the innings. It's just a lot of work. Even say, it's not even legs.
it's going to be 10 minutes.
Legs, ground, come and talk.
You're going to have 10 minutes. No.
Bahmaria. Oh, beats him. It tries to drag that on the leg side. James Trell, 196 for 9. And that leaves 1 delivery. Well, Spirit of Cricket Masters will probably be saying, gents, we slightly light. Can judge a pitch when 2 teams have batted, but 196 from the onset, you felt that the 215, 220 was the par score. That's tossed up again. They've got to run. They've got to run here. That's going to be only 1. And that is all she wrote. Glasses handed back to Bahmaria. For me, he was the standout bowler in the Zimbabwe effort. And that means that Spirit of Cricket Masters will settle on 197 for 9. After 10 overs, they had 46 without the loss of a wicket. At the first drinks break, 61 for 1. At the second drinks break, it was 124 for 4. So in the last 15 overs, there's the addition of 73 runs for 5 wickets. That was more productive in the run scoring department, rate of runs, but a required run rate of 4.4. I think Zimbabwe, if you offered them 198, would have said, we'll have that. and we'll set our sights on seeing if we can chase that down. Spirit of Cricket Masters, they have a job to do in the field to protect 198. They would have learned some great lessons. I think spin will be a key ingredient into whoever walks away with this victory this afternoon. Slow bowlers will play a massive part, and if Spirit of Cricket Masters can strike early and put Zimbabwe on the back foot and then contain and build up pressure through the slower bowlers, it can be their day. All set up beautifully for the second innings that will follow after our luncheon interval, which is 45 minutes. We will be back with you when Zimbabwe start their chase in pursuit of 198. Good afternoon and welcome back. It is the second innings of the over 55 international cricket tournament. It's 45 overs per side, and it is the Spirit of Cricket Masters looking to defend 198. Zimbabwe will set their sights on a target that they will feel very happy with. I spoke to their captain, Gavin Lindsay, and he said he would have taken 198 when he was offered that, if he was offered that at the top of the innings, the start of the match. Spirit of Cricket Masters had such a good start, put together 46 without the loss of a wicket in the first 10 overs. The foundation was there, but then they fell away. A cluster of wickets just after the first drinks break and then towards the latter stages of the innings. And John Jameson has helped himself to 3 to kickstart the Zimbabwe innings. John Jameson, one of 2 keepers used today. Mel Jones, the other one. The first 3 runs on the board for Zimbabwe. Wayne Parham is the other batter on in for Zimbabwe. He goes on the late cut. Will beat the man, well, it was sort of a half stop for the Spirit of Cricket Masters. So they've leaked 4 runs in the first over. That's being bowled by Ian Beale. That's full and brings Jameson forward. So the start for the Spirit of Cricket Masters will be so key. Power play period, just a reminder for all our viewers, this format works slightly differently to the professional setup. Power play consists of 15 overs where you allowed 3 players outside the inner ring, not 2. And then the second period, over 16 to 30, there will be an additional fielder allowed outside the inner ring. And in the last 15 overs, you can have 5 fielders out of the circle. Good promising start this for Zimbabwe, and they've already earmarked this as where the game can be won and lost. You don't want to be 2, 3, 4 down very quickly in pursuit of a modest target. And the one thing we've learned is if you bowl too short, the ball does sit up, and it's end of season wicket. There's not too much pace around, so it's not going to be a game where the Zimbabwe top order will need to dance around and fend off deliveries that's short of a length. It's very friendly, good batting conditions. And I think, to be honest, Spirit of Cricket Masters would have been about 20 runs light. Spoke to their captain as well. He was part of the commentary. Clint Hoffman, when he came off after his innings, and he said that 215, 220 would be the score that they would settle for. And they were slightly light of that. The first over is done and dusted, 6 without the loss of a wicket. Wayne Parham has 2, John Jameson on 4. Difficult ground to defend on, and you won't have the full view. Our cameras are mounted at the top of the 2 side screens, so you'll have a static view from both ends. But it is a big ground, especially towards, as you look at it, the leg side for the batter facing right now. It's a long part of the ground. So the key is to strike early for Spirit of Cricket Masters. They want wickets up front. And if they don't manage that, it's going to be very tough to defend 198. Nick Hooper has the ball in hand. Keeper standing up. Starts with a ball where he offers width. It's wide outside off stump. Cuts away. Doesn't get all of it, but will be 2 to Wayne Parham. It was a shot that Spirit of Cricket Masters used to good effect. That sort of that dab shot to backward point. Allowed to do so by some indifferent bowling at the top of the Zimbabwe bowling effort. That's full and wide and 2 wide. So the outstretched arms of one of our 2 standing umpires, both from South Africa. Nick Hooper settles back on that line, and that's where, from this end, where Zimbabwe had a good patch. McWade, LaRue, Fernando, all did their part from this end that Hooper is bowling from. We'll keep slightly low, even if it's a new nut. What was evident, Zimbabwe had a bit of swing with the new ball. So they employed a good strong slip cordon at the top of the innings. Created a couple of half chances. Down the leg side, wide, called by the umpire, so no contact, and it's racing down towards the boundary rope and will beat the fielder. So the signal is 4 wides, which means that's a free 5 for Zimbabwe's tally. It's 4 plus the wide, so that's the 5. So not the start Spurs of Cricket Masters were after. Defending a very smallish target in comparison from what we have seen in this tournament. Really credit to the Zimbabwe bowling attack for the way they clawed themselves back in the contest. That's again drifting towards the legs. Parham helps himself to another single.
Thank you.
Greenpoint Cricket Club, that's where we're broadcasting from, located directly next to DHL Stadium, that's building up towards some good afternoon rugby. Stormers at home to Ospreys in the United Rugby Championship.
This wicket type, 100% just relies and vice versa.
So that's worse.
Hooper has conceded 9, wants to finish with the dot. No, down the leg side, missed by the keeper. If you're going to bowl in different lengths, it's not going to serve your keeper to stand up. That's another 5 freebies to Zimbabwe. Not a good start by Nick Hooper. You need the pressure to be applied, and Captain Clint Hoffman will probably be having a word to his bowler saying, come on, we need to fix this. More than half of the runs has come in extras. 9 off the bat, 11 in the extras column, and we're only in the second over. So not the start Spirit of Cricket Masters had been hoping for. Team that's made of majority of Australian players. Also USA representation, South African representation. Better from Hooper, but the damage has been done in the over. 14 off at 20 without the loss of a wicket. Big day for all of the teams playing. We have 8 teams in the competition, and tomorrow they'll play out for positions. So 1 will face 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 versus 8. That's nicely pushed onto the offside by Parham. And there's plenty of gaps in this field. It's really a difficult field to contain. And that's why that first innings was so important. You want to give your bowlers an opportunity to have some aggressive field sets. Jameson cuts late, but straight to backward point. But if Zimbabwe get off to a good and fast start, you're suddenly forced into playing a containing role more than an aggressive role. That never helps. Jameson and Parham, what they've done well is they've been very alert to the opportunities at getting singles up front. They've been assisted by some indifferent bowling in the second over. That's full, very full, but Param still gets it away. Half stopped. Can't stop the one though.
If the sun goes further up, the strength starts going there.
Good line by Ian Beale. There's a slip in play. Keeper slip behind the stumps. Too much leg side, and Jameson only finds the fielder. Beale races through another over. His analysis, 2 overs for 9.23 without the loss of a wicket. That after 3 overs in pursuit of 198 Zimbabwe. Clint Lasky is the keeper for Spirit of Cricket Masters. That's 6 on his back. Change of headway, asked for the cap to be brought on. It's now where Nick Hooper needs to put up his hand for his team. He has the tall frame of Param to go to. One of the key figures in this batting lineup for Zimbabwe. Far too much leg side in that first over. Keeper still... Okay, keeper's dropped back. And that's what I was talking about in his first over. It's not going to help your cause if your keeper is standing up and you bowling down the leg side. And they offered too many freebies in that second over. That's a big shout, big shout. Hooper was convinced that's a better line, bringing him forward. Hands on the hips, thought that he had done enough to get a favourable decision. Umpire unmoved. Now drop short. Can't pierce the inner ring. Param is an imposing figure at the crease. Tall man. He has good reach. He'll give you a long stride when it's pitched up. That's down the leg side again. Another wide. And that's not going to help the Spirit of Cricket Masters cause. It's one thing building pressure, but the release continues to come. That scoreboard ticks over. Much better from Hooper. I still think that the spin on this track will be key. If they can execute well, Spirit of Masters Cricket, they can keep themselves in the contest. Saw great success from the way that Zimbabwe went about their business in the spin department. That's never going to be, even if it's a half a shot from Hooper, that was always too high and angling down the leg side. So he just hasn't been consistent enough on off stump, Nick Hooper. Not a lot of pace in this pitch. That one just also sits up after the bounce. Jameson replicates his shot, saying that on the bounce and on the speed, he can even work the ball from off stump to the leg side, where there's very little protection. So a lot of gaps on that leg side for Jameson if he wants to use it. That one is straight, and with respect, he thinks one, and Hooper then quickly moves towards his right to make sure that there's no run added to the tally. Brings to the end over number 4. 25 without the loss of a wicket at the same stage. Spirit of Cricket Masters had 18 without the loss, so there's a 7-run lead for Zimbabwe at the same stage. Perrin will face up to Beale. Now that's the area you want to be knocking away at, Ian Beale. That length is a good length. Ask Perrin if he wants to have a little dab over the top. Again, it's full. He does have a go. It's all on the ground. Very good fielding, but can't prevent the one. You have to pitch it up for the ball to swing, to give it a chance. You have to pitch it up, get some movement, if any. That's too full on the legs, straight to the fielder. Missed out there, the Jameson. Goes on to the back foot to cut a ball. That's too full to play that shot. Lovely to see former Test international Barry Richards in attendance. He's here as well, representing the spirit of cricket in general, and lovely to see him here. Another nice and tidy over from Ian Beale. Oh, drawing him forward. That's on the money from Ian Beale. It is appreciated by the fielders. Just hear the acknowledgement. Great over, great over. Only one off at 26 without the loss of a wicket. First 5 overs has come and gone. Wickets column still empty. From a Spirit of Cricket Masters perspective, they need a breakthrough in try and protect this 198. Barham 9, Jameson 5, and Hooper will run away from our commentary position. Bends his back as Hooper tries to extract some bounce out of the track, but there's very little on offer, even with the new ball, and especially Perham's imposing figure at the crease. Going to be very difficult to get a ball to jump towards even shoulder height. Cut straight to backward point. Had to reach for that, Perham. Just reckon that something is brewing in the pot. Perham wants it full, and I'm sure if it's in his area, he's going to go over the top. Off it, nice wrist work from Perham. Should be 2 at least. Long chase for the fielders. It is cut off, but it is 2 more added. Fielding done by John Kerr. Too wide. More extension of the arms from the umpire. And that's been Nick Hooper's problem in these first 2 and a bit overs. He's conceded too many extras. And that does not help your cause to build a bit of pressure. Do they make an enforced change? Do they say that things not working exactly according to plan for Nick Hooper at the moment? Again, he goes wide outside off stump. 16 off the bat, 13 in extras. Drops it too short and down the leg side. With the keeper now back, they don't give more than the wide. When the first over, the keeper stood up, Hooper missed his mark twice, and that accumulated 2 5s. So Zimbabwe on to 30. Again, 2 leg side, same results. If I was captaining the Masters team, Clint Hoffman surely has to say that he needs to make a change from the Hooper end. He's been too expensive, 21 conceded in his third over. The pressure is being built up from the one end, but not supported from the other. Has to reach for that Param. Will get one. Jameson leads with the pad. Oh, Hooper again convinced that he had his man. Jameson came out, big launch, played pad. Bat was sort of tucked away behind the pad. And Hooper thinks that he's been hard done by. 32 it is, without the loss of a wicket. Another 6 conceded off that over. The same stage, Spirit of Cricket Masters had exactly the same score, 32 without the loss of a wicket. So the Worms tracking next to one another. But it's really after that initial 10 overs where Spirit of Cricket Masters helped themselves to 46. It's after that drinks interval. They struck just before drinks and then 2 big blows after drinks. That's where Zimbabwe made their move with the ball. They won't be too concerned about the required run rates. That's only at 4.3. Oh, that'll beat the inner ring. The sparing dive to the right. Ball goes through and trickles towards the boundary. Won't get there. They'll think 3 and they'll get that easily. Lovely shot by Wayne Parham. On the leg side, Zimbabwe hitting to the shorter part of the boundary. On the offside, it's quite a hit to even get 4. And then I'm talking square boundaries. Goes across the line, bullish and straight delivery, and Jameson identified it early, and he thought that just by dragging it across, there's some good territory that he can exploit. That's unmanned. That's full again. On the drive goes Jameson. Will only be 1. Much better. Just pulls back the line slightly to Parham, who's solid in his defence. Knocks it onto the offside. Now Parham uses that reachability and just presses forward, and then immediately calls through his partner for a single. Brings to a close over number 7, 37 without the loss of a wicket. So do we see a change in approach? Does look like the Spirit of Cricket Masters will in fact make a change with Phil Warren given the ball. Warren is measuring out his steps. Keeper up to the stumps, and they need something quickly, Spirit of Cricket Masters. So with the change in bowler, Parham takes his guard again. Gentle and down the leg side and called through. Jameson says, let's have one. Goes to Parham's end, and then there's a bit of a collision at the non-striker's end. But that's another 2 extras. I'm sure Clint Hoffman will be tearing his hair out. Beale's putting the pressure from the one end, but it's not happening from this end. Hooper and now Warren down the leg side with 2 wides. 39 it becomes. Again, it's floated and slow paced through the air. I was talking to Clint Hoffman in commentary and asking from what he has seen batting and the way the innings progressed for Spirit of Masters, the key was going to be in the spin department. He agreed. Jameson thinks one, sent back by Parham. At what stage does he say that he needs to go the spin route? I thought Zimbabwe were fantastic when they used their spinners. Andre Leroux also conceded 8 off his first over, then pulled it back. So there was a bit of a sustained period of pressure that got them the first wicket. Now, is that a no ball called by the umpire? Indeed. So you bowl a wide down the leg side that goes for 2. Now there's a big LBW shot that's taken out of the equation because of the no ball. Now, to add salt to the wounds, no ball is a free hit. So Jameson can tee up. He can't lose his wicket. Field can't change. So he can just identify and smack. Good response from Warren. Very good response. Always had a hiding to nothing, but Jameson failed to make the most of that opportunity. That's another loopy, foolish delivery that's tapped onto the offside. Fielding done by James Trell. It's become just a bit easy for Zimbabwe at the moment. Tossed up again outside off stump. And Parham will be advised to play on the front foot. That's too full to rock back. So long over. 2 wides and a no ball. Part of Phil Warren's introduction into the attack. Over comes to an end. Still untroubled in that wickets column, Zimbabwe, 41 without the loss of a wicket. Ian Beale will continue. Bowls to Jameson, who has 7. More quiet of the 2 at the crease. They've pushed back a man on the mid-wicket boundary. He's gone back and he's not at the rope. He's sort of 10 paces off the rope. And now Beale is naughty. Drops it down the leg side. It's played fine. Played towards the fence. Will come towards us and will win the race. Ball wins the race 4 to Jameson, who ticks over to double figures. So a player that needed to go and recover the ball, Troy Cross, still square, not fine. Jameson on the drive. It's just been a bit of a storyline for Spirit of Cricket Masters. They've missed their lengths, missed their areas, and that's allowed Zimbabwe to score more freely than what Spirit of Cricket Masters would have anticipated. And that extras column is not helping the cause. That's full driven, can't beat the man in the inner circle. It's a half stop, but they will go through for another single. Param punches towards mid-off. I'm just waiting for Param to identify the length and then scoop over the top. They're keeping the fielders inside the circle, inviting exactly that shot. And Beale is going full to Param and then works the wrists again. Half stop. Another single. Brings to a close. Beale's over. Only 2 runs in it. If you look at the comparison scores, Spirit of Cricket Masters at 44 without the loss of a wicket after 9. Zimbabwe's reply, 46 without the loss. Phil Warren needs a good over. Hoffman needs a good over for his team. Again, it's floated up. The fielder's pushed right back to the rope, to the edge of the rope. So it's an easy single.
I knew Spirit of Cricket. First didn't believe me.
That's 2 leg side, and attempted sweep from Jameson will bring him 1. They go through the overs pretty quickly. Off a short run is Warren. Sets up again for Param, who gets it past the man in the inner circle. He'll convert this into another 2. And that means that Zimbabwe will tick over to 50. Spirit of Cricket Masters reached their 50 in the 12th over. Just become a bit too easy for Zimbabwe, that run scoring department. They haven't been forced to do anything indifferent. Played the ball on merit. Helped along by a lot of extras from those dressed in black. Timing not quite there for Param. But that is an area where if he can get it through the inner ring, it will be a productive area for him. Warren very slow through the air. End of the over, 51 without loss. Jameson says he wants a drink. Drink's officially taken at 15, so umpires might have a little whisper and say, John, it's 5 overs away. I think they're going to be very kind to him, yeah? Oldest trick in the book is to say that you need a cap or a tablet or something and get a drink of water. And there's the sip of water outside of pitcher. You won't see that, but he's helped himself to a good 250 mils, fills up the tank, has a bit of a discussion, change of gloves, bit of a chat, and keeps the helmet. So oldest trick in the book. So for our younger viewers, if you ever want a change, if you ever want a sip of water, just ask for a change of gloves. Ian Bill will continue to Jameson. They've pushed back the fine leg towards the fence. And Jameson, as a typical keeper, is on a sweep. That's a favourite area for a wicket keeper, or a favourite shot. Pulls that one off, but it's wides given, so no contact, but he had a full go at that. So it's another 3 wides from Spirit of Cricket Masters. They've been so forthcoming, they've been giving these runs away. Sharp work down the leg side by Spirit of Cricket Masters keeper Clinton Lasky. So this over has not officially begun. Wide, wide. More correct, Jameson, but will call through his partner for 1. Spirit of Cricket Masters, they need something. They need something quickly to change the flow of this game. It's full. Barham goes on the drive. Won't beat the fielder. Rocks back, cuts, and we'll get 1. Jameson says, Barham, we can think 2. There's a bit of a mix up in the middle, but he's quick, very quick, Jameson. And he runs back to the danger end and gets 2 more. Half stop in the inner circle. Is there a change imminent at the top from Beale's end? Barham can't beat the ring. Good stop at backward point by James Trell. Well, it's this period of the Spirit of Cricket Masters batting effort. This is where Zimbabwe started to pull themselves back in the contest, because they had 46 on the board after 10, and then at the drinks break at 15 they had 61 for 1. We're already 58 for 1 in this reply, and there's still 4 overs to go before we get to the drinks break. So Zimbabwe on the front foot, well placed, in command, haven't offered a chance. A couple of LBW shouts. But apart from that, it's been smooth sailing for this Zimbabwe ship. Run rate achieved is 5.5, so they only need to go at 4.1 from this point on to win. And as the field restrictions come into play, the runs on offer will be there. Very difficult to defend. I will be curious to see if Spirit of Cricket Masters say that, well, it's going to be pointless pushing fielders back. We need to be in the attack mode, try and get wickets, and we need lots of them. Another easy single on the onside for Jameson. Phil Warren continues. So we've had 3 bowlers used for Spirit of Cricket Masters. All medium paces. Oh, the hand that was quite comical. Hand went down, missed it, and hit the foot. And then football style back to the bowler from John Kerr. John will just say, well, I conceded nothing, Mr. Fines Master. Now the repeat from Barham. This time it does escape the inner ring. And it's racing away to the boundary. Parham has enough power in the shot and helps himself to fall. Sets up again, but this time he's a big smack outside off stump. Big whoosh. Can't get bat on ball. Phil Warren has conceded 5 of this over. 2 to go. 63 without loss. Zimbabwe in an excellent position. That's a massive loopy, slow delivery. Barron will feel that he missed out. Invites are there to go over the top. They want him to do something different. This time flatter. Through the gap. Pierces the gap. Won't have enough on it. 2 more to Parham. 2 more to Zimbabwe. Another productive over for Zim in the run scoring department. 7 off it. This is where this comparative worms Zimbabwe are starting to move to the top, moving in front. Spirit of Masters Cricket only at 65 on the board after 16 overs. 12 gone and they've got the 65 and still no wickets down. It just shows how quickly the game moves and the importance of wickets up front. This is the time when Spirit of Masters Cricket lost their first wicket. It was in the 12th over. Change of bowler, no surprise there. It's the introduction of John Kerr. Very quiet in the field. Not a lot of chatter, body language. Spirit of Cricket Masters. It's a bit down and I'm not going to use the word negative because that's not true, but it's down and it's quiet. Kerr's welcomed into the attack with a dab to third for 1. Still 1 or 2 players clapping hands, encouraging, saying, come on, John, we need 1. Only need 1 wicket. Zimbabwe will say, not today. We're going to keep knocking away. Being greedy, don't give your wicket away. Brilliant stop. That's what you need in the field. It's still going to be 1, but there was a left hand stuck out by the fielder, who was James Trell. Certainly saved his team a couple of runs. It was hit to his left, stuck out the hand. Oh, there was a thought. We'll have to look at the umpire. He says it's a singles, a faint edge, very difficult to catch those. That either goes into the gloves or it doesn't. On this occasion, Clinton Lasky couldn't get the ball in his gloves. But good from John Kerr. At least he's producing a chance. And this one is a inside half of the bat that trickles towards leg stump or past the leg stump. So by far the best over for Spirit of Cricket Masters. John Kerr asking some good questions. Now he needs the result. Quicker than what he looks. Keeper up and he has this easy approach towards the crease, but he does put it down. Certainly quicker than what it looks. That one is tossed up, turned onto the onside one. be anything in the run scoring department. So 68 without loss. Two dots to Wayne Parham. How does he respond? Does he go with the quicker one, Kerr? Does he flight it up again? Onze is a bit quicker. Rock back and cut beautifully towards the offside boundary, and it will go away for another 4. Excellent shot, excellent execution by Wayne Parham, and what had been a good over until then turns into an over that has produced 7 more to Zimbabwe's cause. That required run rate drops behind or be below 4. 72 without loss. Wayne Parham is 33. John Jameson is 17. Target is 198. 2 overs to go before the end of the first power play, and that means that Spirit of Cricket Masters will be allowed an extra fielder out of the inner circle. But I would be surprised if they use that, because they've just conceded too many runs in this first 13 overs. 72 run rate achieved, just under 6. So they'll persist with Phil Warren, who'll run to Jameson. Rocks back, a couple of movements in the crease, then helps it onto the onside, and they will walk through 1. Zimbabwe so far ahead of the game. Parham, that's been a productive area for him offside, but straight to backward point. This time just waits for it a touch longer and then pierces the gap. 1 more to Parham. A couple of fielders warming up, maybe signaling to their captain that it's time for a change. That's a full delivery, whipped onto the onside by Jameson. Good wrist work again. They've got a good understanding, this pair. They've bar the one opportunity that I can remember where there was a slight delay and delayed reaction on the call through. They've been pretty sharp in their running, and the trust is there. I think that's a very important part of a combination that bats together, is trust. So easy for Parham. He's done that already in this over. And they just can't plug that gap. Spirit of Masters Cricket. No pressure on Zimbabwe. Opens the face of the bat against Parham, is very quick to respond. Non-striker's call because the ball went behind square. And without any risk, they've taken 5 of the over. Well, over is called by the umpire. 77 without loss. And this over will take us to drinks. Comparative scores: Zimbabwe 17 runs ahead of the game and a wicket in the Spirit of Cricket at 60 for 1 at the same stage. So 17 ahead and a wicket. Just the start that Zimbabwe would have been looking for, and Gavin Lindsay, the captain, would be very happy with this opening pair, Parham and Jameson. Curl has looked threatening. Jameson again calls quickly. He's running towards the danger end, gets 1. They've just been so alert as to where there would be possible run scoring opportunities. So they haven't been reliant on boundaries at all. So it's working the ball into the gaps expertly. Oh, unlucky Kerr. Beat his man, all ends up. Jameson asks if Barron wants to come back, and the answer is no. There was an inside edge there. Wow, that was so close. Kerr has looked threatening, I must say. Out of all the bowlers so far, he's been the most threatening for Spirit of Cricket Masters. It's time for a mid-pitch chat.
All the way up to Bulawayo, and from Bulawayo.
Big shout, and given! Breakthrough, and I have called it. I said John Kerr has looked the most threatening in this bowling lineup. Gets the outside edge, sharp catch behind. Excellent catch, excellent work behind the stumps by Clinton Lasky, and that will surely be drinks. Take drinks early with the fall of the wicket. It is the over to take us to drinks, but it is the end of John Jameson's innings. Zimbabwe lose their first wicket in the 15th over. Is this the moment that Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 had been hoping for? The departure of Jameson for 21. Barham is still there, untroubled on 36. It is 79 for 1. The players will have a drink and we'll be back when we resume play. Busy with the 15th over. Zimbabwe looking for 198 to win this match. They are 79 for 1. Drinks has come and gone. 79 for 1. Finally, a breakthrough for Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. That brings the skipper of Zimbabwe to the crease, Gavin Lindsay. Left-right combination at the crease for Zim. Kerr is nice and full and dropped. Oh boy, that was hit with power. That's 4. Wow, he gave that a thump. First ball straight to the fielder through the hands. The fielder looks to be in some trouble. He's holding his hand and holding his finger, and the last thing you want is a dislocation. The umpire is a bit concerned, so he's walking towards the fielder. All good. Well, there was a bit of a pull on the hand. Well, that was straightforward, as straightforward as they come. Lindsay offers a chance up front, straight through the hands 4. Follow-up delivery is a good one from Kerr. All happening at Greenpoint Cricket Club. 83 for 1 in pursuit of 198. What they wouldn't have given to get Lindsay first up. Oh, there's a oohs and ahs. Was there a little edge on that one as well? Well, Kerr with a very eventful over that brought success, much needed success. 1 for 13, his analysis. Zimbabwe, 83 for 1 after 15 overs. Comparative scores, Zimbabwe 22 runs ahead. Param will continue on his merry way. Another single. Oh, that could have been, the storyboard could have been so different. A wicket that takes you to drinks, a chance immediately after the resumption. Lindsay about to face his first delivery from that end. So now this is where I think there's going to be a good battle between Warren and Lindsay. Does he come down the track, try and meet it on the fulls, just with the speed through the air? Then where's his scoring opportunity? Lindsay goes on a big heave across towards the leg side. So he's identified an opportunity behind square. Who's going to blink first? Lindsay still new at the crease. It's tossed up again. Big hit comes from Lindsay's bat. Has it carried all the way? It is. That's our first maximum of the match. Well, it's just that speed that if it's in his arc, it's out the park. It is the short to boundary without taking anything away from the hitting capability of Gavin Lindsay. But that was exactly where he wanted it. And there's no one on the fence protecting that hit. So if he's going to toss it up outside off stump and it's full, Lindsay can have a full go at it. He took the first invitation. And this time more correct. I just reckon that he's going to press the repeat button shortly. Warren is at that sort of pace where he can go and do it again. 90 for 1. Lindsay, 4 off the first delivery he faced. Now a 6. Dealing in boundaries. 2 leg sides. Gone ball there. 4 more to Lindsay. 4 more to Zimbabwe. Warren is expensive. This could be a good counter punch from Lindsay to say, we're going to take the game right here, right now. Hoffman does move a fielder to the mid-wicket boundary, but you almost feel that it's too late. 11 off the over. Parham 37, Lindsay 14. Warren has gone for plenty.
But if they continue in the way that they're going, it might be an outcome. She can work around fine.
Now shows his versatility, cuts towards the offside and will get one. There's protection on the fence. Well, Lindsay has come out and shown aggression from the onset. He's on to 15, end of the over. At the same stage, Spirit of Cricket Masters had 65 for 1, so there's a massive change here in fortunes and in momentum. 29 runs is the difference between the teams at the same stage. Now, this is exactly where Spirit of Cricket Masters lost their second wicket and the third followed just after. In the meantime, there's going to be some attention in the ice department given to Clint Hoffman. So Clint has an ice pack with him. He's the captain of this Spirit of Cricket Masters 11, and that was the finger that got badly hurt. So he'll drop the ice behind him. Late cut by Lindsay, straight to Hoffman, who probably said, I'm the last person that wants the ball now. I want to doctor my finger. Parham takes guard again with his score on 37. Can Kerr buy his team a second wicket? Dropped slightly short and it's wide, called by the umpire. Can't go down leg. There's protection now with Hoffman himself putting or taking care of the fine leg boundary with the ice pack. I wish you could see the picture. So he's fielding at fine leg with a massive ice pack on his right hand. That's tossed up and slow and worked into the gap by Parham. Physio is out there as well, who will look after Hoffman, and they'll work on him in between deliveries. All smiles as Hoffman. He's right in front of my commentary position. Good to see that he's just enjoying it. Big shot, aerial shot, same result. The onslaught and the fight comes from the skipper of Zimbabwe, Gavin Lindsay, who helps himself to another 4. That's the 100 up for Zimbabwe.
Would be more around 3, 4. The way that 3, 4. Yeah.
Chasing 198. Half of the target has been taken care of. Batting at a good rate, Zimbabwe. For Spirit of Cricket Masters, their 100 came up in the 25th over. It's full, smacked away towards the third man fence. Brilliant, brilliant commitment. I wish you could see that on screen. The picture you have is a man with an ice pack on his hand, saw that it was hit towards his area. Clint Hoffman dropped the ice pack, ran 10 paces towards its left, then dived, cut off the 4, got up, returned to the keeper, walks back, gets the ice pack on his hand. Leads from the front. What a character, Clint Hoffman. Lindsay, more watchful, taps towards the backward square, direct hit. Another single. Alarm bells ringing there. It's just a full-on attack from Gavin Lindsay. And Barham, if you have an aggressive partner, Barham can work the singles, feed Gavin Lindsay with as much as possible. One ball shy of completing 17 overs, 105 for one. This has been very quick from Zimbabwe, their reply. Maybe they want to go and watch the rugby at DHL Stadium. Oh, that's a full freebie and it's not even Christmas. Another single. He's lucky to get away with that. 106 for one. Rugby, I'm referring to Stormers against Dragons. Maybe Zimbabwe have tickets for that match. They only have to walk, literally walk across this field and into the stadium to watch rugby. So it's going to be, I don't know if they can do the shower afterwards if they want to. Get into shorts, t-shirts, and walk across and watch the Stormers in action. Kick-off 52 minutes away. We'll have to bat at some speed to get there. Barham does what Barham has done throughout. Just knocks the ball into the gap for one. So now over to you, Warren and Lindsay. Let's see if this aggressive approach continues. Previous time they had a little battle, it disappeared for a maximum. Ball keeps low, and he plays onto the back foot. It's a battle that's won by Warren. Went full. Lindsay rocked back, and ball kept slightly low, but it is a very entertaining knock from Gavin Lindsay. That's put his team on the front foot. He departs the scene for 23 full. Warren has the last laugh. Barham still on 40. He'll get a new partner at the crease, but some real damage done by this partnership between Barham and Lindsay. And the aggressor was the skipper of Zimbabwe. Done a great job for his team. And then as he comes off, he has a broom-like picture that he paints for the rest of his teammates. He says that kept so low, I needed a broom. They'll probably relay the message to the man that is coming in, Rory McWade, and he'll say, Rory, from that end, you need to be on the front foot. Even if it's dropped short, be front foot heavy. But Gavin Lindsay has certainly given the injection that his team needed to stay ahead of the game. He'll get the applause. I have a couple of comments to his teammates to say that I was undone there by one that kept very low. 107 for two. Required run rate only 3.3, so that's not going to trouble Zimbabwe at all. Spirit of Cricket had 107 on the board after 26 overs. So it just shows you the gap that's already been created by this onslaught and the impetus that's been given at the top of the order by Gavin Lindsay and the anchor being played by Parham. Also saw John Jameson do his bit. Too short, lucky to get away with that one, Warren, and he will be best served again. He would have learned out of that previous delivery. Bowl full and straight. That is the right areas, especially from this end. That's Fuller. McWade gives it a good thump, and then the wicket's hit. Was that bat in the air? Yes, bat was in the air. Parham has run out. One brings two, and it's both set batters out. Oh boy, Zimbabwe, what are you doing? Captain bowled. Parham advances, thinking that there was a single. It was hit straight to the fielder. Parham failed to make his ground. Direct hit, and you could see bat wasn't there. Couldn't make his ground. So Wayne Parham, his knock is done. Gets the applause, but he'll shake his head. Shouldn't have given away his wicket that easily. 107 for 1 became 107 for 2, became 107 for 3. They've gone bang bang, Spirit of Cricket Masters. And that means 2 new batters at the crease. Dash Wachmaria walks out to the center to join Rory McWade. Warren with his tail up runs away to McWade, goes full. They don't even consider the one. The game of cricket is the funny old game. Can change very quickly. Tosses it up to McWade. No real feet movement from the man that's new at the crease. An eventful over. Warren's return 1 for 34, 107 for 3. 2 wickets in that over. And the big scalps, Gavin Lindsay. He was bowled. And Wayne Parham ran himself out. Dash Wachmaria is a left-handed batter, so a left-right combination at the crease for Zimbabwe. Surely they're not going to open a little slide door that's being forced by the Spirit of Cricket Masters. They've taken 3 wickets. Just a rebuilding phase needed for Zimbabwe. There's runs to be had on this pitch. Stay forward, stay on the front foot. It's got to be very short for you to rock back. Sun has been beating on this pitch for the entire day, end of season pitch. It's not going to be a massive bounce. You've got to be on the front foot. Or the sweep, little appeal, and given. Given, he's out as well. Dash Wachmaria, first ball duck. What are Zimbabwe doing? 106 for 1, now 107 for 4. entered Jimmy White. Opened the bowling for Zimbabwe, did a lot of the fielding in the slip cordon. John Kerr has picked up his second wicket. This game has turned around completely. In this blink of an eye, Zimbabwe have lost 3 wickets. McWade on naught, White on naught. 107 for 4 in the 19th over. Zimbabwe went to drinks 94 for 1. There will be some butterflies in the Zimbabwe cage. Needs a partnership now. These two need to knuckle down and they need to rebuild. There's more than enough overs. The run rate is not a problem. Application, application, and more application. Patience needed. Front foot. That's where you need to play. Play straight. Play on the front foot. That's the advice. Required run rate only 3.4. 6 wickets in hand. There we go. That's out of the manual of how to play at Greenpoint Cricket Club. He rocks back, weight goes backwards, and then there's a slash outside off stump. Keeper is Troy Cross. Done a great job, Troy Cross. Having taken over the gloves. That's 2 leg side. You don't want to go there. You've just built up so much pressure, and then you give a little birthday gift, and you say, Jimmy White, you have a chance to get off the mark, and you do it in attractive fashion. 4. I'm sure John Kerr will be kicking himself. Everything that's full and on off stump has worked. You can't bowl leg side lines. That's the area. That is the area, John Kerr. Tosses it up. White has a full go and gives it the good kitchen sink treatment. 2 fours to announce himself at the crease, Jimmy White. Yeah. I've said the full kitchen sink, not that baby. I know. The 2 for 29 Kerr's analysis. Slightly shorter, straight to backward point, no run there. But an expensive over, but a wicket taking over for Spirit of Cricket Masters. White on 8, McWade still to get off the mark.
Now you have to write it down for me. They were just fresh out of the shower past you. How did you see it? Oh, that's going to be a quick mistake. Really? And they're just going to sound so clever. And they're going to ask, what does that mean?
quote of the day.
Quote of the day.
116 for the loss of 4. Zimbabwe in pursuit of 198. Rory McWade to get off the mark. Jimmy White on 8. Over number 20 on the same stage. Spirit of Cricket Masters had 78 for 3. Just appreciate how far ahead Zimbabwe are of the game, or at the same time with bat in hand. It's such a big difference. But the wickets column, that's where Cricket of Masters 11 will keep themselves interested. You add 1 or 2 in that column, and suddenly 198 looks a tall order. So now Jimmy White, he's come in and he played 2 aggressive shots. One was a short one on the leg side, which he helped along the corner for 4, and then the aggressive shot just outside off stump went over the top, cleared the inner ring and got 4. So what approach does he have against Phil Warren? Long off his back. There's Clint Hoffman. I'm surprised to see Clint Hoffman at long off. He's got the injured finger. So he does still go up and over, uses that bottom hand to good effect. They have to chase up to make this a 3. Well, they could have easily run 3, but not interested. They'll keep the 2. Double figures for Jimmy White. So if it's going to be tossed up, he uses that bottom hand. He used it to good effect in the previous over to clear the inner ring. Now onto the leg side, he does the same thing. So Jimmy White has some aerial miles. Probably going to cash that in. Question asked, so Warren is convinced that it was bad bat. Brave umpire that will give that if it's bat and pad closely together. Unless you're 100% convinced. That's tossed up down the leg side. Saw him coming. That was very good from Warren. Fired it in down the leg side and a missed stumping. Wide given, but Warren won't mind the wide. If that was taken cleanly, ifs and buts, Troy Cross, if he grabbed that, Bowles would have been whipped off. And that would have been a leg side stumping. So they're really thinking about this now. Warren fires it in. Doesn't want to give him any width or anything to get under. So Bowles quicker. Missed opportunity for Spirit of Cricket Masters. 119 for 4. So remember, each bowler allowed 9 overs. Phil Warren is getting towards the end of his spell. White on 10, McWade on 1. From a batting perspective, if I was these two, McWade would probably say, let me get the 1. White, you seeing it well, and you're more inclined to attack. Attack is not needed. They've 120 is on the board. But it's just keeping Spirit of Cricket under a bit of pressure. There's the one that McWade would have been after. $121 for 4. Busy with over number 21. They take drinks at 30.
So difficult to keep white.
Okay, now let's look at this field. Long off his back, short cover, but so if he opens the front foot, if he opens the offside and he goes more square. That's his boundary option for Kerr. That's more correct. Straight back to the bowler. So they're inviting him, keeping the fielders in the inner circle on the offside, bar the long off that's dropped back. So he needs to go inside out if he wants the boundary option there. And he is a strong lad. There it is. He does take the bait. Travel, travel, gone. 6 more. Cashing him more travel miles. Jimmy White. So he says, Mr. Kerr, you can drop your fielder back. If it's there, I'm going to hit. Full toss. Towards the leg side boundary this time. The result will be another boundary. So despite being 4 down, White continues to be the aggressor. Outside off stump again. Can't beat the point. Well, it's a half stop, and then they go and they think and they say no. Better decision to say, let's just go back. Don't run on the misfield. White has been superb since he's come to the crease, dealing in boundaries. He's on 20. McWade on 2. Kerr's over worth 11 to Zimbabwe at this stage. Slightly shorter. Straight back to the bowler. Caught and bowled. He's gone. That's the one that just sat up, turned the bat, shaping towards the leg side. And the simplest of return catches means John Kerr has 3. Zimbabwe lose their 5th. Trying the kitchen, trying everything. Jimmy White is gone. So what next in this game? It's certainly been some different storylines at the halfway stage. 197 for 9. That's what the Spirit of Cricket Masters put together. I spoke to the skipper from Zimbabwe at the break, Gavin Lindsay. I said, Gavin, would you have taken 198? He said, yes, it's below par. Now you look up at half your teams back in the hut. 131 for 5. Required run rate is not even, you don't even have to talk about that. 2.8. That wickets column, that's the problem for Zimbabwe. They've lost players very quickly. They've come and gone. McWade and now Miles Hopper. They can literally do it in singles. They don't have to go for boundaries. There's 6 balls in an over. You need to go at 2.8. 3 singles per over without risk. That's the game. Can they keep their composure? That is the question. Floated up to Miles Hopper, who offers the maker's name. And there will be a change soon from both ends. Paul Warren is reaching the end of his spell. Kerr not too far away. It's good. Good areas from Phil Warren. Tossed up again like this from Phil Warren, asking the right questions of a man that's new to the crease, Mal Hopper. Only a single of this over. Rocks back, finds the gap. Must be two, at least two for Zimbabwe. Won't have enough wheels to get to the rope. Good tidy over from Phil Warren. $134 for 5 after 22. At the same stage, Spirit of Cricket Masters had 92 for 3 on the board. A partnership, or rather the gap between the two teams at the same stage, 42 runs. Missed off his own bowling will give Zimbabwe a free single. Miles Hopper on strike. That's full, and you thought about rocking back. You can't be on that back foot, Miles Hopper. Need to commit on the front foot. Will escape the inner ring, and the bench pleads for 2. And these two oblige, McWade and Hopper. And just as easy as that. That's the 3 you need off the over from a Zimbabwe perspective. That's what you need to win the game. Cuts straight to the fielder. Now it's just being mindful now of the match situation and having the patience to build and collect. 63 to win. That's what Zimbabwe are looking for. 5 wickets if you are a Spirit of Cricket Masters supporter. They're still very much in this contest. They brought themselves back, having taken a wicket that took us to the first drinks break. Storyline's the same, because that's exactly where Spirit of Masters Cricket lost their way, directly after the drinks break. That's a massively flight. The delivery picked up beautifully, helped towards the onside for 4. Too much flight, too slow in the air, and Miles Hopper just had to put his foot in the right direction and then connect, dragged across towards the onside for 4. Rory McWade and Miles Hopper in charge of this rebuilding phase for Zimbabwe. Spirit of Cricket Masters showing great spirit to stay in the contest. Now the single to McWade. So Warren is going to bowl out for his team. 1 for 42 his analysis. That's good this from Hopper. I don't mind seeing that. Just to settle in, get your eye in, get used to the pace of the pitch. There's enough time. Such an important partnership, this for Zimbabwe. Quicker from Warren, helped around the corner. I think one, and then they wisely decide against it. It'll be interesting to see what Spirit of Cricket Masters do from this end. Who do they use? What's the next tactic when Warren is bowled out? Tossed up. Huge flight from Warren. Next drinks break will be taken at 30 overs. That's too slow and too short and wide, and they will think too. One for the arm as well. Long boundary now out there. Good running by McWade and Hopper. And that is the end of the over. .145 for 5 after 24 overs. Spirit of Cricket Masters had 98 for 4. So the difference between the two teams, 47 runs, and Zimbabwe has lost an extra wicket. .56 to get. They're going to start counting them down in that Zimbabwe dugout. 56 to get, 5 wickets in hand. Overs won't be a problem. Too short. That's racing towards the boundary and will be 4. Good shot, Miles Hopper. long discussion. See if they can execute better from a Spirit of Cricket Masters point of view. That's tossed up. Quicker through the air and full and driven towards Longwell for another single. Hopper. And that is the 150 up for Zimbabwe in the 25th over. Spirit of Cricket Masters, they reached their 150 in the 36th over. So it's really all about wickets in hand. That is the only difference between these two teams. Spirit of Cricket Masters won't contain Zimbabwe. They need 5 wickets. It's too short again. Whipped around the corner. The fielder will come around and do the fielding. 2 added. Good running, appreciated by the Zimbabwe dugout. A bit of a rebuilding phase. 129 for 5 at one stage, now 150 for 5. McWade and Hopper together. Little golf punch out to Longwolf. Just whipping their hands through the ball. Next to us at Greenpoint Cricket Club, it's a nice vibe, and you can hear the music pumping through. Stormers against Dragons and the URC. .46, that's the equation for Zimbabwe. 46 to win, 5 wickets in hand, and the force change. Warren has bowled his 9 overs, his quota of 9 overs, so that means Spirit of Cricket Masters, they have to change it up now. John Kerr, 3 for 58. Yes, you can argue that he's been expensive, but he's picked up the 3 wickets. Could have had 1 or 2 more. Ranveer Jahal has been given the ball for Spirit of Cricket Masters. And we'll definitely see some spin. 5 overs to the drinks break. 46 is what Zimbabwe require. And they still have 20 overs. 20 overs to get 46. McWade on strike. Two leg side, and you can just wait for the ball to turn and then get your body on the, as you look at it, on the left side. And just bat on ball is a guarantee too, because there's no one guarding that territory there, and they won't change it up. So that the player is next to the square leg umpire, behind square. But anything that's sort of there where you can tuck it around the corner towards fine leg is at least 2. That one is slipped down leg side with no contact, so outstretched arms indicates a wide from the umpire. That's the last thing you want now is extras. Ranveer Jahal needs to play his part as well. Can't rely on Warren. He's done. Again, it's just too easy. It's got to be tighter on off stump. And there's a misfield as well. Just a bit of a lapse in concentration now from Spirit of Cricket Masters. Do they feel that they have firepower in the rest of their bowlers to take 5 wickets? That's better. Fuller, straighter. You miss, I hit. If Hopper takes on the sweep, he's an area that he can go to. And manages to fetch this from way outside off stump. Not favouring the cover drive. There we go. That's the technically correct shot. Right on cue. Miles Hopper says that's what I should have done. That's good. Very nicely bowled by Johol. End of the over. That leaves 41 on the board. Double change. James Trowell comes into the attack for Spirit of Cricket Masters. McWade facing up. He did a job for his team, opened the bowling. And now he needs to contribute with the bat. He's on 13, Hopper on 14. Both had good bowling spells. The all-round ability so important in any format of the game. The more options you can give your team, the better. Partnership of 26 comes at a big time in the match. Zimbabwe, in comparative terms, 50 runs ahead. That's after 26 overs. Difference of 50 between the teams. Zimbabwe having lost one more wicket. They can literally tap the ball into the gaps. There's so many gaps. They can do this in singles. Edge found. And then the slide and ball hits the knee and ricochets, and that allows them to go through for one. Wrong line from Trowell. Even with the fielder there, he's got to run 2 or 3 paces to his left. The bowler's a bit annoyed, but it's really an easy single. Either side of that fielder is a guaranteed one. Light that up again. tossed up and gets the result. No, he doesn't. Ball will drop short. He gave the invitation with a little ribbon on it, and for a moment, the Cricket Masters team thought that they were in business. Hopper almost took the bait. 159 for 5. Anvir Jal will continue. 160 for 5. They call 2 and they call quickly. McWade will go back for a second. Relay throw comes towards the keeper. What a valuable stand this has been between McWade and Hopper, and so often it can just you start pressing the panic button unnecessarily. And just a calm head to say, listen, we've got this under control. We don't need to offer more chances. Play the ball on merit, put the ball into the gap, get the ones, play boring cricket if you want to call it that. That's not boring, that's over the top. Gets the appreciation from those dressed in red. That's comfortably placed under the gazebo on our left. Has the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 accepted their fate? Is there still a bit of fire in the belly? Subtle change made in the field, dropping a player back towards mid-wicket boundary. Oh, that's tossed up and turns towards the leg side. They'll come back for 2. No one backing up the keeper who's had to do the chasing. Leg by is signalled, so that'll go into the extras column, but 2 more runs to the Zimbabwe tally. So another productive over. 2, 4, 2 leg byes. So that's another 8. It's come pretty easily. So what Joel does is he offers it up wider off stump. Beats keeper. What's the signal there from the umpire? Well, that's off the bat. No signal coming. Faint little tickle on the bottom of the bat. That's a straight drive. Oh, beautifully stopped. Excellent fielding in the inner circle. If that beat Phil Warren, that was going to be 4. Excellent stop. Still the single, but that should have been 4 had it not been for Warren's effort towards his right. That was an expensive over for the Spirit of Cricket Masters in their ambition to try and stop Zimbabwe's chase. In the meantime, it's all happening next door to us at DHL Stadium. 170 for 5 with still another 2 overs before we get to the second drinks break. At the same stage, Spirit of Cricket Masters had 116 for 4. That's a difference of 54 runs on the scoreboard. "28 required for Zimbabwe. 5 wickets in the bank. McWade 22, Hopper 16. Massively tossed up again and straight to the fielder. 1 of 2 protecting the leg side boundary. Risk-free cricket by Zimbabwe. Always going to be one, just no power in the shot. Direct hit might have been interesting, but always one if the non-strikers alert to it. Now a bit of a stretch comes out. Remember, it's 55 plus. They're doing a great job, putting their bodies on the line. They've played a lot of cricket in the last week. Physios have been very busy. And credit to them for keeping these players on the field. That's missed everyone and everything. Should be 2. Well, depends if Hopper wants to hop back for another one. One says no. They're happy that they can just continue to tick off this scorecard. Well, there would have been a moment where the cat would have been in the pigeon's cage, and the cat was chased out by this partnership between McWade and Hopper. Oh, that's good from McWade. Another flight, the delivery, straight bat, Maker's name off it, back to the bowler. One more over before we go to drinks. And Zimbabwe in such a commanding position. That's all you need to do. Appreciating the good ball as well. Does Miles Hopper. "174 for 5, the official score. That leaves 24 to get for Zimbabwe. This over will take us to drinks. Single to get us started. Belongs to McWade. It's just been such a cool and calm approach at the crease. "106 for 1 became 129 for 5. So you would understand why they would have sat there and thought, hey, gents, what are we doing? We're gifting this match to Spirit of Cricket Masters. And then this partnership, this key partnership between McWade and Hopper has just swung the pendulum back into Zimbabwe's favor. And now we're busy with the final rights of this fixture. Tomorrow we play out for positions, and that will conclude the Over-55 international cricket tournament. Started with T20 cricket. Well, in actual fact, building up towards this tournament, there was a 3-day test between South Africa and Australia. The Rhinos is the South African team. And then we went over to T20 cricket, and now it's 45 overs per side. Well, this all just winding to a close. Zimbabwe saying we want to go to drinks, 5 down, and then we'll come and chase down the rest after the resumption. Little advance down the track, over the top. That's another single. And that concludes over number 30. Less eventful in the run scoring department, but certainly Zimbabwe's match to win from this point on. We will take a drinks break, and when we return, we'll bring you the conclusion of this 45 over per side match between Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 and Zimbabwe. You join us back at Greenpoint Cricket Club, located in the heart of Cape Town. The final rights between Zimbabwe and Spirit of Cricket Masters. Zimbabwe in pursuit of 198 to win this match. So they need 22. What a valuable stand between Rory McWade and Miles Hopper of 45 for the 6th wicket. And that has just halted the momentum that Spirit of Cricket Masters had briefly with ball in hand. Hopper will take strike. Too short. Goes the aerial route, but safe. Couple of bounces and then rolls out to the field that it comes in off the fence. One to get us going in the final section of this fixture. Field restrictions, for what it's worth. Spirit of Cricket Masters allowed 5 outside the inner circle. You're not going to protect the 20, now 21 required. So might as well be in an attacking mindset. So bar a massive collapse, it's going to be a win for Zimbabwe. One more match to go for these teams. They will play out for possessions tomorrow at various venues across Cape Town. Strength against strength. 1 against 2, 3 against 4, 5 against 6, and 7 against 8, based on the log standings. McWade sets off on a quick single. Flighted and met on the full by a Hopper. Again, a lot of flight on that delivery. First over after the drinks break is done. 3 off it. Scored in 179 for 5. Yeah, for me, it's just we're just reaching the conclusion. Might as well have an attacking field. If they go over the top, they let them do that. 19, you're not going to defend, and especially if you bowl down the leg side and give away extras. Disappointing for the Spirit of Cricket Masters. They had such a good start, 46 without the loss of a wicket after 10, and then they fell away, struggled to up the run rate. Always felt that 220, 230 was on the cards on a very good batting strip. They won the toss, decided to bat. At their moments in the field after a good start from Zimbabwe. Then they fell away, 106 for 1, quickly became 129 for 5. Inside half of the bat. Well, McWade says, no, thank you. I'm not going to run to the danger end. Partnership too shy of 50. This has just really taken the game away from Spirit of Cricket Masters. Quicker. Does bring the big shot out. Does Hopper. Tidy over. Comes to an end. Partnership of 50 between Rory McWade and Miles Hopper. They can think too, or more, this could race away to the fence and will do so. 4 runs to McWade. Just dropped slightly short and he could free the arms on the offside. They've now reacted by moving the mid-off squarer towards where that delivery was hit. Oh, that's a massive freebie and smacked high and handsome. And it is 6. So McWade goes 4-6. That means 1 hit away from victory for Zimbabwe.
Yes. Another 6.
Our score on the screen, just slightly behind, but I can tell you it is 192 for 5. Another one, he can do it again. It's going to be whipped away on the leg side. 4 more. Oh, Spirit of Cricket Masters was not the over they were looking for. And is this going to be the last delivery of the match? Does McWade want to finish it in style? 2 to get.
No, it doesn't. They take 25 minutes to get back.
Won't be off that delivery. So he's broken the stumps, and that means a no ball because he completed his delivery. So this is now a free hit with one to get because it's a no ball. From there, it's flied it up and says, please put this away, which Zimbabwe does. And we will confirm it with a 4. And it is victory to Zimbabwe by an attractive margin of 5 wickets. Spirit of Cricket Masters winning the toss earlier today at the Greenpoint Cricket Club. They made 197 for 9. Zimbabwe came out firing, lost their first wicket as we went to drinks. A couple of wickets after that, suddenly 129 for 5. The complexity threatened to change, but an excellent partnership, an unbroken stand between Rory McQuaid and Miles Hopper broke the back of this outfit. And Zimbabwe came home with a big victory that will set them up beautifully for the final fixtures tomorrow. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast from right across the globe, and congratulations to Zimbabwe who pick up the victory. One more match to go. We hope that you enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon or Monday morning. There we are in Australia. From all of us in the production team, the scorers, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you for watching and tuning in. We will see you back again tomorrow.
The best player on their side as well.
Cheers.
Yeah, we're also going to go just now.
Thank you.
It was nice seeing you. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, cool.
And we'll do it again sometime. So, best. Yeah. Then one box left. There's someone phone line.
You're going to start asking me questions.
Okay. Man of the match, also combined with Roy. Okay, running.
I think so.
Got 44.